Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thing that is STO, a flossing dinosaur. Back to flossing. Back to flossing. Behold its glory. Ahem. To continue the story arc we were just in the middle of.
While searching for signs of weaponized protomatter, one of our long-distance research probes made a most curious discovery. It found a Class M planet at the heart of the Qantari Nebula. That's not the most exciting news, however. The probe detected the presence of sentient life on the planet. The biosigns were very similar to our own. It is possible that we have discovered a lost tribe of Lucari. We're going to investigate, and we'd like some backup. The probe went offline rather suddenly after detecting the planet. These people might not be very friendly.
Yeah, let's see if we can cancel this flosser here. There we go. Ha ha ha! The power to discontinue flossing in the palm of my hand. Oh, the time arc is definitely a bad spell. What we're currently and about to go through, hopefully we'll finish today, might actually be better than the Iconian arc. We'll see. By the way, in where's my notes? 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's much worse to come. But that's neither here nor there. So after this quest Melting Pot down here, we're gonna pause and do 5 TFOs. So feel free to be ready for that. It's a bit off. Just giving you some warning. We might not do all 5 of them because some of them might be duplicates, but you get the idea.
I'm reading a group of starships out there. They're armed, shielded, and combat capable. Let's hope they're not hostile as well. As the ranking officer here, I believe you should be the first to initiate contact.
Why, thank you. I am Fleet Admiral. There will be colony invasion, Draenor Gauntlet, Draenor beach assault, Tzenkethi front, and gravity kills. Open a hailing frequencies? What nebula? Oh, that nebula. Still no response.
Curious. Perhaps they might respond more favorably to a familiar face. May I open a channel?
By all means.
Unidentified vessels. This is Captain Kumar K. of the LSS Reskava. I extend cordial greetings in the interest of establishing peaceful contact between us.
Still nothing. Is the Universal Translator online?
I'm not certain. Wait! They're locking weapons!
Kill him! Kill him horribly!
Did nothing to provoke this attack!
Yeah, welcome to space travel. This is pretty much my Tuesday. Hey, we found an alien race, and they want to kill us. We come in peace.
Alien vessels, this is Prime Minister Tulaman of the Qantari Union. I've ordered our forces to cease hostilities, and ask you to do the same.
This is Admiral Zayal of the ISS Dreadnought. Explain yourself, Prime Minister.
There's been a grave misunderstanding. It is customary for us to discuss such grievances in person. Will you accept my invitation to parlay?
Do you think anybody would like the pain glove Gum Gum?
Qantari. They survived. Somehow they managed to survive the devastation of Kenta and make it here. Incredible. Historically, Qantari were quick to distrust and attack. It would seem that hasn't changed. We should be cautious. Despite that, I am ready to transport when you are.
Don't worry, I got some new weapons just in case they decide to be dicks about it.
By the 14 sacred trees of Lucar. The Qantari destroyed one world with their toxic ways, and it seems they're well on their way to destroy another. Unbelievable. This Prime Minister has much to answer for. Where is she, by the way? And why are we meeting on the street?
Nice place. Reminds me a lot of, You know what, I'm actually not going to make real-life references. You can insert whatever city you want to here, because I've been in places that are worse than this before. Apparently there's a minor error in the coordinates. Yeah, sure. Whatever.
That Qantari on the street looks quite ill.
Extreme level of toxins. Without treatment, he'll be dead in months. Exactly, Flag End. This is exactly like insert subject town here. So yeah, this is some good stuff. Remember how I praised Bajor for bothering to make all the ground stuff on Bajor and make it worth a damn? They spent a decent amount of effort on Qantari ground here. It's not like STO has ever had bad visuals.
High levels of toxic chemical emissions in the area.
But this is a whole another level. Like, they do a lot of good stuff here. Notice all the armored guards with the complete body enclosure, like complete face masks and everything. Never mind the people obviously coughing and dying. Some rotten food here and there.
They still use unregulated exhaust systems? Unbelievable.
And yeah, it's very not Defara.
Peculiar. The doors here have built-in filtration systems.
Yeah, we went straight from Ryza to here.
That machine off to the side. Some sort of miniature store?
So this is funny. That's a vending machine.
It's full of breathing aids. People poison the air here and charge others to withstand it.
Yep. The vending machines don't sell soft drinks or things that are bad for you. They sell air filters.
Does that fluid look off to you? I've never seen this level of suffering.
I have. Oh, you mean in the game? No, I still have.
Oh, they pile the refuse in the streets. It's barbaric.
And yeah, that was just straight up toxic waste.
There are still heat signatures on this junk. It was placed here recently.
Kill the Lucari and her alien lackeys!
Okay. Oh, hey, I get to try out my new stuff. Let's see what this does. Wow. Straight up murdered that guy. I didn't even get to see the secondary effect. That's the ground quake thing, which is still going, by the way. In fact, it's still going, and it's already off cooldown. Oh my god. It has 100% uptime, because its cooldown is less than its... Oh my god, that's ridiculous.
I see hatred for Lucari still burns in the hearts of some Qantari, along with violent xenophobia. Hopefully their leadership is of a more diplomatic nature.
Yeah, that's not as flashy as some of the other abilities, but that thing is OP as hell. I can see why they recommend it. Like, that's a stun. That's a gather. It groups them up, and it's a stun, and it's a debuff, and it nukes them, and it has 100% uptime. We're gonna have to try out the Andorian one next. You know, we could have just... Okay. We didn't have to set a bomb to do that game. Alright, let's check the news. Good way to see what's going on. Let's check the economy page.
The lunar colony is providing just enough food to support the Qantari population at current consumption levels. The government has launched a new farm labor program aimed at increasing food production and adding new jobs. The program is expected to launch prior to the beginning of the next crop cycle on the colony.
Let's check the environmental page.
The structural integrity of several housing blocks has been called into question by independent analysts. Ministers of the building authority deny any cause for concern as tower extension projects aimed at elevating the blocks above the smog level have commenced.
Oh my god. Let's check the science page.
The smog sickness epidemic is on the rise. If you find a citizen collapsed on the street, call the nearest medical station. When you purchase breeders, make sure you provide for your children before you provide for yourselves. We must secure the future.
Let's check sports.
Jitnan Rune, number 41 of the South Capital Steelbenders, received an award from the Office of the Prime Minister for charitable service yesterday. After the team's victory over the North Capital Forgers, Rune celebrated by purchasing gold-bayed breathers for each fan in the stadium.
Dude, everyone got a breather just for being there at the game. That's a
The
steal.
Capitol building is a short distance from here.
Yeah, I'm eating this up. This is...
Even
Oh,
here, the poor huddle in misery.
yeah. That's what poor people tend to do.
Another attack?
Oh, hey. Let's see what this does.
You shouldn't have come here, Qantari. Now you're gonna die!
Well, they all moved out of it, so it's a small area. But there it is. There's the ground nuke. The other ground nuke. Yeah, by the way, as a reminder, short
Is that the
cooldown.
last of them? Let's go inside. The Qantari have some explaining to do.
Yeah. Let's go preach to people about how pathetic and terrible they are. It's okay.
Well, this place is a far cry from the smog and squalor we just left, isn't it?
Yeah, it's called wealth disparity. I don't know if you ever heard of it on your planet. It's pretty common. Before we move any farther, yeah, you know what? Never mind. I'm good. That's just. Hey, look, it's the Minister of Defense. What's up? You're
Welcome to New Qantar. I must apologize for the unfortunate incidents that have taken place. You have arrived during a period of social unrest for our people.
Yeah, that would explain the repeated attacks.
I'm afraid so. The decline of our world has split the Qantari into two factions. The reformists, like myself, who wish to gradually change our way of life for the better. And the traditionalists, who cling tightly to the old ways and all of the destruction that comes with them. The Qantari who attacked you were traditionalist soldiers. They see you, and especially the Lucari, as a threat to their existence.
I want you to know I'm just biting my tongue so hard during this section. What could we possibly threaten you for? Or like what danger could we possibly pose to you?
It's simple. Your kind are well-armed aliens from an advanced culture. To the Trads, you're hostile invaders. And the Lucari? Dangerous anarchists from our distant past, long thought exiled, now returned. And more dangerous than ever. The troubling part is they may be right. About all of you.
What are you, a Tholian?
Minister Pentaro is in charge of planetary security. It's his job to evaluate all potential threats, foreign and domestic. The idea of working with aliens, with Lucari, will be controversial. That said, our situation is deteriorating. I'm willing to open a dialogue with outside parties.
Such a dialogue will be monitored, however, in the interest of planetary security.
Your suspicion is misplaced, Minister. We had nothing to do with all this.
Camarque. It's okay.
You're not wrong, Captain. And we realize the need to do something about it. The privileged few are safe above the pollution, but they live on borrowed time. Ecosystems across the planet are failing. We can no longer afford to...
Prime Minister, do you think it's prudent to discuss such matters with these outsiders?
Dreadnought, sorry to interrupt. I have urgent news. What? Tzenkethi warships are on approach to the moon. Yes, that moon.
Curious. One band of aliens arrives with words of peace, while another arrives bearing the swords of war. How convenient. Coincidence? Or a cunning ruse to weaken our defenses and lower our guard?
Buddy, I could conquer you in a weekend.
I believe you. Our moon is home to our agricultural sites and thousands of Qantari workers. Your help protecting it will be welcomed by my government. The sooner you can begin, the better.
Prove it. Done! Local warlord conquers planet. Fixes environment inside of a week. Wait, obviously it would take me that long to ensure no civilian casualties, guys. Think! Think! We're here to help these people.
Saving their ships might build some trust with the Qantari.
And yes. Like, if I just wanted to walk in and win, I'd probably win in about an afternoon. Wake up, be like,
Fight well. I'm glad you're with us.
and then we win, you know? Probably, Traxia. Even though it's probably back-breaking work, because farming is back-breaking work, at least it's not in the smog and the filth.
Fight on! For the Union! For the Qantari!
I'm reading concentrations of the crystals targeted by the Tzenkethi on the Qantari moon, along with numerous Tzenkethi life signs and several Protomatter signals. We'd better hurry. They may be preparing to detonate more bombs.
No, I'm just soup, Scum.
Get to the moon and stop those bombs, now!
Increase power to weapons! Hit it with everything you've got!
Yeah, you're not going to scratch the paint on a Tzenkethi dreadnought, but that's okay. That's what I'm here for. Let me summon these to attack it.
Shields are weakest in the front, but watch out for the weapons there.
Quick, attack it from the rear. It's the only way. I don't know, Traxie. I guess we'll have to find out, won't we? Sit here for a minute. Pop a couple buttons. Okay, I'll give you that. Those are some strong shields. I'm pushing through them, but damn. That's taking a minute.
Our shields can't take more of this!
But yeah, another thing that are funny about the Tzenkethi is their shields are extremely strong, except in the front, where they're normal, effectively. Yeah, the downside,
Fighting, no matter what!
there's very little they could do to you outside of in the front. Like almost all of their big damaging hits are forward-facing.
We're too late! They're running away!
Well, there goes their agriculture. All their agriculture. And however many millions of people.
We detected some sort of intense energy detonation on the moon. We're reading 0 life signs there. No one. They're all gone. What did they do to us? What has happened?
That is a Protomatter bomb. And is one of the reasons why I find it so quietly horrifying. It's actually kind of irritating in its own weird way. Because at the level of science that Star Trek is at, yeah, no, they should have random ships that have the ability to wipe out all life on a planet. That makes sense. Doesn't make it any better, it just makes it logical.
All is not lost, Minister. While we can't bring back the Qantari who were killed, we can help you restore your moon's food production capabilities in short order.
Basically, all organic life on the planet was just rewritten into base matter. So, all the plants, animals, bugs, bacteria, they're all gone.
A likely story. For all we know, this is the precursor to invasion. These aliens have destroyed our food and weakened our military, Prime Minister. They mean to conquer us.
1 afternoon.
Calm yourself, Pentaro, and remember who is Prime Minister here. Captain Kumarke, I accept your proposal, provided there's full oversight from the Ministry of Defense at every stage of the operation. You'll understand our need for such security measures, I'm sure.
Of course.
I won't let you down, Prime Minister. Have your observation team meet mine on the moon at these coordinates. We'll begin as soon as we're able.
We'll be on Overwatch. Yeah, no, this is exactly why the Genesis device was always a terrible idea. I mean, what's funny is even if they use the Genesis device to its intended purpose, whatever life used to be on that planet isn't anymore. Like, oh, here they come. Fire that sucker at Earth, and a few billion people are dead.
Your interference ends here, now!
You'd have a really nice garden world afterwards, but, you know.
The Protomatter emitters are in place. The Matrix is stable and primed for effect. Let me know when you want me to initiate the restoration procedure.
Now would be a good time. Now here's the funny thing.
Protomatter Matrix is stable. We're ready to begin. Initiating primary restoration sequence now.
I love her bridge, by the way.
Something's wrong. Everything just stopped. Why? I don't understand. I checked the settings myself. That moon should be covered with crops by now. I could use some assistance down there. Please join me at the worksite.
Before we move forwards, so obviously the Genesis device was a failure. It was always a failure, and it was always going to be a failure. But that was also the first attempt. It's one of the reasons, if you remember, that they were looking for a completely uninhabited planet to use it on, is because it was going to be a test fire. They then canceled the entire project for, let's be honest, political reasons. But the point is, I think that you could make a Genesis device that actually works. Certainly Kumarke seems to think that because that's exactly what you just tried to do. Fire a Genesis device at that planet to rearrange it into a garden world so they could have their crops back. So obviously the tech exists conceptually. Thing is, it failed, because beautiful Ryza.
Alright, let's begin by configuring the flow regulators at each of the transmission arrays. I'll observe the flow rates while you make the adjustments.
And yeah, that's that's true. The Genesis in 2 was also used incorrectly. That's valid. Which they never really addressed, but assuredly had some kind of consequences. I mean, I would stand the Federation to have the best medical tech that exists. For free. Infinitely. Gum Gum, I want you to imagine, just picture this. Everyone in chat. This of course matters more to me because I'm old and terrible, but I want you to imagine walking into the doctor and they're like, 1 second. Alright, here's the 22 things wrong with you. Put this here, get this, do this, and you're good. You might have a checkup to make sure everything takes, but otherwise, you were just cured. Not the symptoms, the causes. Yeah, there might be a neck thingy. It's really bad. You get a head thingy, but just done. One of the things that not a lot of people talk about with regards to medical care is the wait time. So you know why I have to wait a month to get my tooth fixed? It's because there's just no availability, because everyone's crammed. But one of the benefits of advanced technology is things take less time. If a full doctor's visit takes a few minutes instead of hours, think about how many more people will have access to that without the wait, or with less of a wait.
Curious. Someone made adjustments to the transmitters that could cause a detonation similar to a Protomatter bomb. But whoever did it wasn't familiar with Lucari tech. We have safeguards to prevent such a thing, so instead of blowing up, It just didn't work. I hate to say it, but I believe one of the Qantari observers made those adjustments.
But better sure than... Did you hear something? Oh my god, it's enemies! Which are right there. Oh my god! It's enemies who are about to have a very, very bad time. Because they're all going to spawn right there. Oh, hang on. Now there's enemies spawning over here. Yes, group up.
Use some assistance.
Group up. Hang on. I want to make sure I get as many of them as I can here.
I'm far from defenseless, Qantari.
There you go. There you go. Have fun with that. Oh my god, that's hysterical. By the way, those are both already off cooldown.
Unwise. Very unwise.
Oh, wow. I know that the Portal to the Sun is always going to have that viscerality for me, but this is insanity. Hang on. And it's off cooldown. Earthquakes are us. I think I could actually stack them, but they'd have to live long enough for me to do so. So there is a downside for this. There's one downside for both of these kits. They have to have a target. So the Portal to the Sun I can just cast. It just summons the Portal to the Sun. That's its benefit. I can just drop that. Same with the bowl thing. I don't need to target something. But I need to have a target for both the Earthquake and the Storm. So they literally would need to live long enough for me to stack it.
Secure the Protomatter.
But hypothetically, yes, I could. Oh my god, that's so satisfying. That is so satisfying. And I thought this was fun.
Oh, Protomatter secured. We're safe.
And yeah, it's similar to what, not Kentucky Fried Chicken, the chicken place. Chick-fil-A does.
I suspect one of their operatives was behind the sabotage here as well. I've locked out access to everyone but you and me. We can make things right without any interference once we return to our ships.
Good job, Captain. Awkward flirt, awkward flirt. Hi, Jaluta.
All systems are online. We're ready
Seriously,
to go.
I love her bridge, though. Look at it.
Initiating restoration process now.
And yeah, I could set up the bowl obelisks and the Portal to the Sun while I'm waiting for combat to start. And once combat to start, I can Earthquake and Storm them to death.
We did it!
So anyways, that's what the Genesis device could have been capable of if they built it properly.
It worked. Our sensors are showing a stable protomatter matrix in the formation of crops at all production sites. We owe you a profound debt of gratitude. Thank you.
Honestly, Kamarke did this. The Federation has access to extremely advanced terraforming tech, but that puts us to shame. Now, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole on this, but this is one of the problems with the Federation. This is true in-universe, as well as arguably out-of-universe. If they say something's forbidden, they freaking mean it, which they arguably shouldn't. Genetic re-engineering is completely forbidden across the board. Disqualifies you from service. Disqualifies you from being a part of, like, the government or whatever. No genetic engineering. Screw you. Using protomatter. Completely disqualifies. Do not use under any circumstances. And that's the problem, is they take such an extremist approach to things that it's to their own detriment. We actually were talking about this somewhat jokingly, but actually correctly earlier. The Iconian gates. What did we do every Iconian gate we encountered? We blew it up. The first Iconian gate, the only Iconian gate we didn't blow up, was one that we couldn't because it wasn't ours. It was under the purview of the Romulan Republic. Yeah, cloaking device is actually another example of this. The Federation consistently uses this approach of, nope, and then they actually put effort into enforcing that nope forever. Now, I'm not saying everything should be used forever, because duh, but to go back to the old real-life applicable analogy, nuclear power has beneficial probabilities and possibilities. You just have to be careful and cautious and proper and precise, instead of just saying, nope, which, I don't know how many of you are around in, I guess that would be the 60s and the 70s, but there's a really big cultural consciousness push against nuclear power, mostly because of nukes, so, you know, valid, but we are still to this very day trying to get over the nuclear stations are bad problem, and it's been causing issues in certain places, at least here in the country, here in the States that I live in. I'm not sure about other countries, but it's been causing issues because there are several cases where we probably should have had nuclear power plants by now, and we don't, so we're still relying on coal. Lots of coal. Kumarke made this happen, no thanks to the Traditionalists.
Their actions have shamed us all, but they will not get away with it, I assure you. Minister Pentaro is looking into it personally. He has sent some ships to escort you back to New Qantar.
Yeah, they're on attack course.
Alien vessels, surrender or be destroyed!
Are you...
Fire!
Are you stupid?
Madness has gone on long enough.
No, seriously. You're like that yappy dog that's like, I'm gonna kill you! And it's just like, what are you doing?
You forced my hand. You and your pathetic Lukari bootlicker. It's time to end this. I will make New Qantar safe once more. Safe from you and the rest of the alien filth in the galaxy.
This is your final warning to stand down.
Exile was too good for the Lukari. We should have wiped you out.
Well, let's go defeat the Factoria, which is their capital ship. I do too, Justin.
Not everyone in the Defense Force is loyal to Pentaro.
What makes me the saddest about everything I'm seeing is that it just makes so much sense that there'd be someone like him who would be in power. I mean, you studied history in real life.
I've suspected Pentaro was a traditionalist for some time, but I thought he placed the people before his personal beliefs. I was wrong. His madness nearly killed us all. And for what? Pride, hate, and fear. I wish to formally apologize and thank all of you in person. Under the circumstances, we should meet on one of your vessels. The Rescava, if you're agreeable.
Alright.
This is a momentous occasion. I'm glad you're here to share it with us. Diplomacy is part of a captain's job, as you know. I hope I'm up for the challenge.
Kumarke, you just be you.
Welcome to the Rescava, Prime Minister. I look forward to working together.
Thank you, Captain. Most kind of you after all that's happened. We almost lost everything today. Instead, we can begin to build a better future, thanks to you. There will be resistance from people like Pentaro, but we must continue to look ahead. To that end, we hope to work together with you and your allies.
I'm happy to hear it. Qantari and Lukari have lived apart far too long. We've recently begun to explore beyond our world. Perhaps we can do so together.
Perhaps. We've got a lot of work to do before then, however.
Indeed we do.
Well then, let's get started, shall we?
How many bajillions of people just died on that moon, by the way? It's okay, they've been rearranged into crops. That's not a joke. Don't think about it too much. It would probably be more accurate to say they were rearranged into dust, and then the dust was rearranged into crops, but, you know, whatever. Why is there this frickin' scimitar here? Okay, so we did it. Woo! We can get a Qantari set. Yay. That's a good mission. I like that mission. And nuclear power is the best thing ever. Any questions? For the record, I do think we should have gone into nuclear power about 5 decades ago. At this point, it's honestly probably too late. We should probably already... No, let me walk that back. We absolutely should have already been on the next, cleaner, better power source after nuclear power by now. And we're behind. What's the name of that quest? Like, in all seriousness, have you ever been to a coal factory? A coal power plant, excuse me. Because, holy crap. Honestly, The Simpsons does not count, no. Actually, I have Mike Romano, although only briefly, not like... So I guess technically no. I've never had to go through like a full day of that. I have been through. Alright, so let's see what else is going on here.
Starfleet intelligence has learned that Martok, the former chancellor of the Klingon Empire, is alive.
Just dropping that bombshell.
Until now, everyone thought he was killed in a duel with the current chancellor on Kronos. Martok is being held in a Sona facility in the Briar Patch. Officially, it's a research facility built to study metaphasic radiation. In reality, it's a high-security prison used to hold political prisoners. General Holodeck is leading a covert rescue operation in the Briar Patch. Meet with him there and help him bring Martok home.
And not just yet. We're going to be doing TFOs after Melting Pot, specifically. Now, one of the things that people have been doing this entire run... Wow, we're way up here. Look at this, we're way in the corner. Is spoiling stuff, casually or intentionally. I've done it sometimes, Chad has done it sometimes. But there's one exception. About 8 or 9 times across the course of this game, I have made casual reference to the fact that Martok is dead. And no one's ever contradicted me in chat. So I just wanted to say I'm actually proud of y'all for actually keeping a lid on that one for as long as you have. So, yeah, spoilers. Martok actually is alive. Because of course he is. There's no way in hell Jimpok could actually kill him. And Jimpok, being Jimpok, a.k.a. a moron, who is also a political... I'd say he's like Gowron, but like, imagine if Gowron was an idiot. Okay, bad example. Imagine if Gowron wasn't good at politics. That's Jimpok. So naturally, Jimpok, like, let me phrase this differently. If Gowron had usurped Martok, Gowron would have done one of two things. I claim your life, you now work for me, understanding and knowing what that would mean in Klingon culture, or he would have killed him, understanding and knowing what that means in Klingon culture. Jimpok is not clever enough for either of those points. So he throws him away in a prison in case he ever needs him for the future. Because he's an idiot. And an incompetent boob. Now, on the plus side, this means we get Martok back. Downside, this means Martok has spent another few years in prison for something that he honestly did not need to be in prison for. But I'm sorry, everybody freaking loves Herschler and his portrayal. J.D. Herschel, I think his name is, as Martok. And everybody was jazzed about the return of Martok. Except for Ross. And Evo. She hates Martok. Not sure why. Now, we should probably go ahead and say they did not plan this. Let's just go ahead and get that out of the way. The intent was Martok is killed by the new guy, and the new guy declares war. But from everything I've read in interviews, they realized pretty early on, well, relatively speaking, that they wanted to bring Martok back, and they were just looking for a good time and a good place to do so. Also true, Mike Romano. So let's go beat up some Sona.
Gavan, your assistance on this mission is appreciated. Martok is being held here. The Sona facility is a farce, and their true masters are the cowardly Vec of House Torg.
Remember them?
They hold their enemies here and deny them a warrior's death. I intend to show them the price of their dishonor.
So hold up. Let's ignore for a moment whether or not the Klingon afterlife is real or not. Because you're probably wondering, why would Klingons maintain a long-term prison intended for you to, like, this isn't Rurpente. They throw people into Rurpente to die. This is different and so much worse for a Klingon. The whole point of this place is they want you to go here and die with dishonor. This is condemning you to hell in Klingon terms. Really think about that for a second. Like, process what that would mean. If you had the ability to imprison someone in a way that almost guaranteed that they're going to go to hell. Now, hang on. It actually gets worse than that because of the radiation thing. But yes, that's Tony Todd. But the point is, this is messed up. Especially for Klingons. I mean, this is messed up for a human. This is really messed up for Klingons. So, yeah. It is nothing short of astonishing that Martok has been able to... I shouldn't spoil, but we're going to get there, and he's not brain dead. There you go, spoiler. So, it's nothing short of astonishing that Martok didn't just fall into a malaise being stuck here. Now, Kurt, Holodeck, what's your plan?
Begin by jamming the Sona comm signals. Should we encounter any Sona patrols, eliminate them quickly before they can summon reinforcements. The pockets of Metreon gas may be of tactical use to us. A well-placed volley could ignite them. Timed right, they can become our weapons.
Let's fucking do it.
Metreon gas has a 4-kilometer blast radius. Be cautious. Good. All Sona communications are jammed. Local conditions are blocking long-range sensors. The Sona have no idea we're here.
I don't know which sound you're referring. Oh, that's the lawnmower, Mike Tomato. Yes. It would be nice if we finish STO by Saturday. I wouldn't bet on it. We're gonna do as much as we can.
No sign of incoming ships. We still have the element of surprise.
That I'm not sure, Mike Tomato. As a further aside, I love the fact that we don't walk in and talk or negotiate or even open up hailing frequencies. It's just, yeah, there's Sona, kill them. Which makes you wonder why we haven't dealt with the Sona yet. What? This game is absolutely running about a week longer than I thought it would. And in hindsight, it makes perfect sense why. I wasn't expecting the first week to be as dragging as it was. If you remember, we spent almost the entire first week doing slog work.
I served
ARR.
The Dominion War. Many Jemadan fell to our blades. Soon Martok will be free.
And that is on me. I was expecting to start Hades this week, and that there's no way. So, whatever. I suck. Moving on. Whoops. I mean, not kill Kern there. That would be a faux pas.
Martok's wife wanted to leave this mission, but House Torg knows her face too well. Hold! I'm picking up a Sona transmission from near the planet.
Patrol 3 hasn't reported in. Investigate it once.
We can probably ignore them. By the time they report, we'll be on the planet. We have been spotted by the Sona. Should we deal with them or proceed?
I do love killing Sona. A hobby of mine, really. Also, I probably shouldn't even mention how the Sona probably shouldn't have a fleet the size of the one we're fighting here. Because the whole point of the Sona is that there are a few hundred people. Because of the backstory and everything. What the hell is a social life, Evo? I hope you have fun. No, I think it's more likely that, at this point, Sona probably doesn't refer to just the species. Because we already know that they were slavers. Which, by the way, the Sona were slavers.
We should advance quickly.
So there's another reason to just stomp these people out of existence.
The time... Yes,
whoops, sorry.
That is why it will succeed. Beam to my ship, and we will take a shuttle to the prison.
I look forward to killing everyone in this prison with earthquakes and blizzards.
The maximum security area lies ahead. Follow my lead, and we will infiltrate the cell block where they are holding Martok.
You got
Remember, you are prisoners. Stay within the red lines, obey all commands, and do not engage the guards until I give you the signal.
Lead the way. It's okay, all my people have helmets, too. God, I look so freakish without my armor. I think I've said this before, I designed my appearance to look good with that armor. So it doesn't look good with anything else, not with the,
See all those turrets?
the EV thing.
If you step out of line,
with my
they are
suit.
prepared to remind you of your place.
Just that armor. Yes, this is what the species of hats actually refers to.
5 more lifers! What did you idiots do to earn such dishonor?
Not my concern. My concern is to bring them here now.
Fair enough. I have plenty of time to find out. Go straight ahead to processing. What a miserable bunch of Martok! Get these convicts out of my sight!
Watch for patrols. We may need to fight them on the way out.
God, I love Tony Todd's voice. I wish my voice sounded like that. He's got just a lovely
To the back wall for
tremble
processing.
to it, you know? It vibrates.
I don't see anything about 5 new prisoners.
Not my concern. Shall I tell Torg that you are not ready to receive them?
That won't be necessary. We'll process them. Sign here.
Agreed, Kiroinos.
Come for the butcher. Bring me Martok. Patience. We're out processing him now.
Yeah, remember, Martok actually fought the Tzenkethi. That's the second reference.
You, take these convicts to their cells and be quick about it.
Quick. Right.
I mean, Tony Todd and J.D. Hirschler,
Convicts.
J.G.
Don't make me
Hirschler,
ask you again.
pretty much sound like what I imagine Klingons would sound like. I know Dorn is actually the one who kind of established the Klingon sound.
Hold on, convicts.
But
don't make me ask you again.
Torg is allied with the Tzenkethi. There is no end to his dishonor.
Tell me about it.
Martok defeated many Tzenkethi in close combat. It is why they call him the Butcher.
Yeah, I'll give you O'Reilly.
Return to the designated area, or else.
You realize I was... Okay, whatever.
Haven't seen you around here before.
I'm new. What of it?
Well, put those convicts in their place, and we can get some blood wine after our shifts. Give me a reason to break you, Patah. We have lots of time to play.
Yeah, I can beat Tzenkethi with a Staff of Doom. Beating them in melee? Whew, that's impressive.
Martok, we've come for you!
Have you now? Wait, I know your face. One of Moog's sons fights under Torg's banner? Disappointing.
Moog? I am Holodeck, son of Nagra, an ally of your house, old man. This is no time for talk. Arm yourself before the guards. What is this? Explain yourselves!
Hi, Torg.
Isn't it obvious? I'm leaving, you piece of plakta.
I think the Tzenkethi disagree with you, Martok.
Yeah, you remember Torg from way back? Because we never killed him, he ran. Yeah, so, to explain what I mean a little bit further.
There is no escape for you, Butcher. You will answer.
Likewise. Enjoy the horrible death. We've got horrible death by earthquakes. We've got horrible death by freezing. I mean, honestly, I'm ambivalent, you know. Whatever horrible death you want, we're here to provide. So, most people, when they try to voice a Klingon,
they do this thing where they kind of squeeze their throat a little bit.
Right now!
If I am to die,
for the Empire.
I will die in battle.
But if you ever heard Herschler
On your mind.
or Tony Todd, they don't really do anything with their voice. That's just their voice. That's just how they sound. So, they don't... What I'm trying to say is they basically sound more Klingon by virtue of being lucky enough to sound Klingon
Without having to do the extra thing.
right? And yeah, same thing with Dorn. Dorn just naturally... Okay, in fairness, Dorn does... He throws a little bit of timbre into his voice when he's doing Worf, but that's it. Like, that's just... All Dorn does is what I'm doing right now. Now, this is actually a fairly simple technique. I barely have to do anything. All I have to do is expand my throat slightly to make sure that a little bit more of the bass is getting out there. That's it. And then you can just shift back to normal, just like that. So... Anyways, how'd you wind up here?
I fought Jempak, felt his blade strike home, and died the death of a warrior. Until Torg had his doctors bring me back. He denied me honorable death, denied me the halls of Stovokor, and locked me away like so much baktag. He has much to answer for.
Yeah, he does.
Time is critical here. What would you ask of me?
How have you survived?
The metaphasic radiation. It's why Torg keeps us here. He can beat us to the edge of death, then let the radiation slowly restore us to health. He is as cruel as he is dishonorable.
So, yeah, that's even more messed up if you think about it. Because, in addition to making sure that the people just stay here eternally young so they can keep them in prison forever, they can also just beat them all willy-nilly because they don't have to worry about them surviving. You know what's funny is you'd think this would be a place for something like Ryza, or like a medical retreat planet, but no, there's a prison here. I've decided to claim this place in the name of the Alliance. Let's set up a resort planet here. Cool? Cool.
Time is critical here.
What did Torg and the Tzenkethi want with you?
Torg boasts about it often. He wants to replace Jempak as Chancellor. He allied with the Tzenkethi to do it. For some reason, he thinks they can beat us this time. Idiot! In return, Torg pledged to keep the Empire out of Tzenkethi affairs, and to turn me over to them. They still hate me for my victory at Tzenkethi 3.
Okay, so Jempak is pathetic and terrible, as we've talked about many times. Torg?
There is another here who deserves that honor. A friend, and a warrior born. His cell is not far. We will liberate him.
If you think it wise, General.
There's nothing unwise about adding a strong arm to your ranks. The console to the left controls the door. The one to the right controls the turrets. Override it, and friend becomes foe. Ha!
Well, you heard him. That's a good question, Reggie. Because we're not sure of the full limits of what the metaphasic radiation can do. I agree, by the way, Queen Daff Daff. When you get the thing in there, you have to talk like this. It does kind of change your... It's the same problem the Ferengi actors always have had. So how do you make your voice a little bit higher pitch?
Across the way.
Well, honestly, it's kind of hard to do that without drifting into a nasal thing.
Speaker is a Jem'Hadar.
What?
Hi, Modron.
The war is over, and he has earned my respect. Come out. We have work to do.
I stand ready to fight. Who's this?
This is Holodeck, son of Nagra.
Well met. I am First Cover Kara, and I am...
I know the rest, Jem'Hadar. Martok speaks for you. That is enough for me.
And I'm apparently an energy being back here, which makes sense since I'm a Q. I don't know who that is. Oh well. Bye. Have fun in prison forever. Bye.
They have locked down the facility. Their doors will not stop the charges I brought along, however. We can blast our way back to the elevator.
Indeed.
Those charges can be of use in other ways. Torg has been running the pathetic remains of his house from this place. Blowing up critical targets within it will hinder him greatly.
Done.
Torg's office lies beyond this door. If we're lucky, he'll be in it. Until I run him through, that is. If he's not there, destroy his private computer. He stores all of his critical data on it. Losing it will weaken him considerably.
I mean, I hate to point this out, but we're about to break out of this facility, kill Torg and all of his guards. Which means this place will be an unmanned facility with prisoners still in it. So yeah, we should probably let those prisoners out.
We forge on until we reach the main security office. From there, we can override the rest of the turrets and take out the alarm system.
What about the nearby turrets?
Use the console by the door to override them. Take care of the rest at main security. Remember, Torg's lackeys and his new Tzenkethi friends will try to stop us. Be sure to stop them first.
It's okay, I'm a frickin' mage at this point. Like, just a straight-up mage. Like, you ever seen Babylon 5? Because that's me. It's just a little bit more explodey.
Jailbreak! Open fire! Now!
And they're all dead. The effect is still going well after they died. Yeah, I'm a mage with a really big gun.
What are those alarms? Venom, why aren't you reporting in?
Why am I freezing to death? I don't understand what's happening here. So, it's actually much harder to get your voice to pitch up and not sound like Mickey Mouse. I have done that. If you've ever seen the FF9 theater, first of all, if you haven't, shame on you. But second of all, if you have, I voiced Vivi in that game.
Yes. Torg's office.
To stand,
no Torg.
to fight, to be Klingon.
I was hoping to spill his blood all over this pretty new batleth you've given me. For now, we settle for property damage. Set your charges.
Right, everyone get clear. This is Torg's office? Oh my god, Torg. No taste.
The most recent file is a bill of sale for some sort of large torpedo. Interesting. Torg bought it from the Tzenkethi. Doesn't say what kind of torpedo it is. Must be new. And powerful, considering the amount he paid for it.
Yeah, I was looking that up, Justin. The floor is lava is something I can't get, which is unfortunate. But that's whatever. I get the ice one. I think, no, I get the ground one? One of these is the science version of that, effectively. And that's the one I'm using. It's just not as pretty.
This will hurt Torg. At least until I kill him.
Well, you know, it's important to make sure that your people are injured before you murder them. Don't worry about it. Torg would never use a Protomatter torpedo. He's not that We need to find Torg immediately. Hi.
It's him! The Butcher of Tzenkethi! Kill him!
And me. I've probably killed more Tzenkethi than he has. Seriously, I probably have at this point. Then again, my kill list is probably gargantuan, so let's just ignore that. Like, how many ships have we blown up in this game, canonically? How many people are on those ships? And yeah, you get it. God, that's just such an insane ability. Yeah, they're dead.
Main security is ours. Override the turrets, then set your charges. We have business elsewhere.
I mean, in fairness, wouldn't you think that would give me some kind of renown, Evo? It's showing up tomorrow, by the way. I look forward to trying it on stream and then being like, ah! And then having to go immediately brush my teeth. Yeah, WoW lets you keep track of how many things you've killed. For some reason. STO does not, so I don't actually know how much stuff I've killed on this character. It's honestly probably quite a bit.
Did you hear those explosions? This way!
That should take them a while to repair. Security is down.
I mean, we're also kind of killing all the guards. Seriously, I'm sorry for talking like I'm Anakin for just a second here, but why aren't we here to wipe out all of these people? This is not a species, this isn't even a faction. This is a bunch of corrupt assholes who work for a corrupt asshole who run a murder, like, torture prison. Specifically designed to culturally and spiritually subvert an entire species. This place is messed. We should be burning this place to the ground.
Witness the strength of a true Jem'Hadar!
Okay. Space them in the briar patch. Okay, hold up.
No, not to trust you.
That's a little bit too much, I think. Oh, that would be so messed up. Oh, so for those of you in chat not fully familiar with this, the metaphasic radiation of this place is magic. Let's just get that out of the way. But it also allows you to... It's regenerative. Rejuvenative. It's kind of a fountain of youth sort of situation. It heals you and restores you to a certain youth of age and blah, blah, blah. It's magic, whatever. Point is, we toss them out into space so that they suffocate, but then it rejuvenates them, and then they suffocate, and then it rejuvenates them. And they're in space. They're screwed. That's it. They're not getting out of that.
We were all taken through here to an exercise area. As we passed, I saw a Sona engineer working on these panels. They control power to the cell doors. All of them. Blow up the panels, and all the prisoners go free. I expect they will be eager to settle accounts with their guards.
Yeah, and then they hit the gas and explode, but then rejuvenate. Martok apparently was unfamiliar with what Worf did with Kern. So, no, would be the answer to that. Hey, we let them out. Totally on purpose. Definitely. Wink. I was going to say, I think that's pre-Martok, and Worf just might have never actually told him because Worf is Worf. So, yeah, spoilers for DS9. Anyways, enjoy the portal to the sun, the freezing, and the earthquakes. And here, have a little bit of technology while I'm at it. Just you know,
Almost there.
just to add to everything. So, can I admit something stupid? The metaphasic radiation thing bothers me in general, but what bothers me the most about it is Geordi's eyes. Now, if I can explain that really briefly. One of the things I'm really big on... Yeah, which one takes precedence, Eva? One of the things I'm really big on is having an underlying substructure to how things work. Because once you do that, you understand how you can do things. Like, okay, now that we know the fundamentals, what happens if you do this? What happens if you change this? What if these two things interact, etc., right? That's how I do world building. I'm not saying it's the only way to do it. Don't jump down my throat, Evo. I'm just saying I prefer that for a reason. So what we understand about the metaphasic radiation is that it restores and rejuvenates you to a certain point and then basically just kind of holds you there, constantly making your cells be in what is effectively an adult state forever, hence the eternal life thing. Here's the catch. That shouldn't hit Geordi's eyes. Geordi was born that way. There's nothing, like, if it restores him, if it rejuvenates him back to the point where he should be, the point where he was, like, 21 or whatever. Yeah, it shouldn't fix genetic defects, exactly. It should repair eyes that were born that way. Because his eyes were that way when he was 21, right? It's a nice scene, and of course LeVar Burton acts with his face because he's a great actor, but like, that shouldn't have even been on the table. It's just there to literally the only reason for that scene to be in the movie is this is the right thing to do, which is stupid because it actually isn't. But that's a whole other ball of wax because that movie is terrible. Moving on.
It's time to evacuate. When we reach the roof, our ships can pick us up.
Well, let's go.
The elevator's offline. How will we escape?
Oh my god.
We will use a grappling device to reach the rooftop. Once we're out, we will deactivate the Sona shield generator to clear a path for our ships.
Bye. You've got one of those, right?
This is highly unorthodox.
Right?
Yes, an audacious plan, worthy of a true Klingon warrior.
We'll be back for him.
Honor your house and mine. When we are free of this place, we have much to discuss.
Okay, they have one. We're good.
I see the warriors of House Torg and Tzenkethi have come to test us. Fill the halls of Grathor with their souls!
I mean, if I have to dump more people into hell en masse.
I told Lady Sorella that I would bring you home, Martok. I intend to honor that promise.
The only downside of these abilities is they're pretty short range. Still, that cooldown. But yes, the Trek rewrite will be rewriting all the TNG movies to the point where you won't even recognize them.
They sent a pack of filthy Karoots to fight us. Good.
Like, seriously.
The exercise.
We're utterly, completely rewriting them, unabashedly. The Sunblast was from a lockbox, I believe. And no, I don't have the Paradox Bomb. I don't even know where to get the Paradox Bomb.
Wish to meet Klingons when they cross the Anomaly.
No, one of the rules we set for ourselves, Evo, is we can't remove something. Well, okay, let me walk that back. We can't remove a slot. There's 6 TOS movies, therefore there have to be 6 TOS movies for us. Now, we do remove stuff. Star Trek V is so utterly rewritten as to be completely unrecognizable from the original. We're allowed to do that.
Fight on!
Cannot
Send
add
them
slots
all to
either.
Grapor.
Can't add and cannot retract. Or reduce, excuse me. Subtract. There we go. Words. Correct, Flagant. Now, the goal is to rewrite while keeping true to the, let's call it the ideas and the spirit of the original. So, for example, you know, we look at a terrible episode, it's like, okay, how do we make this non-crap?
You fight well, Alliance.
And if we can't make it non-crap, well, then we effectively rewrite it, you know, ground up. But the goal is always to keep the same spirit, tone, concepts. Honestly, some of the episodes that have already gone live, the prototypes, excuse me, let me be more clear about that, have already kind of showcased that. Rascals. We'll get there.
Enemy forces are larger than we expected.
The rules for the Wars rewrite are completely different because they have to be. So, we haven't even discussed in totality the rules for the Wars rewrite yet. That's not true. We have discussed it. We haven't finished discussing it. Whoa! Trying to drag me into the pit there. So the problem with Wars is, unlike Trek, which is, you know, there's very defined slots, there's like 5 shows with something like several hundred episodes, and then the movies, and then the books, and then the games, and a huge portion of it is canon. And we're also pulling from both the EU and the AU, which means that there's even more slots to fill. So what we're going to have to define first is how many slots. Now, we're pretty sure there's at least going to be 9 movies, bare minimum. There's a pretty good chance we'll have 11 movies.
Now we must destroy the Sona shield generator to clear the way for our ships.
Done. So there's probably going to be, there's definitely going to be 9 movies. There might be 11 movies. And honestly, we're not sure past that.
Holodeck to core. The shield is down. Prepare to extract.
Martok!
What?
You call yourself a warrior? A leader? I call you a coward and a butcher! I will avenge your victims!
I think not, Tzenkethi. Not while I live.
Dude, no, chill. Dude. Dude. Why?
Gemini, weakling! Go now and join your changeling guards!
Why did you stop him from shooting him? He was going to kill him anyways. And now can we kill the dude?
Butcher! This ends here! Now! No trial! No mercy! Only your death!
Many have tried to kill me and failed, Tzenkethi. Come and add your name to the list.
Well, have fun with that. That guy's a bundle of health. Yeah, that was a really dumb scene. It's a shame, because this whole sequence has been pretty awesome, but that was a pretty dumb scene. The actual practical element, Evo, is we sit down, we outline what we want to do with the entirety of the series, excuse me, the franchise, then the series, then the seasons, then the episodes, then scripting, then voice acting, then animation.
Klingon filth! We're not finished here!
Yes, we are.
Ignore my lightsaber bat'leth in the background there. I don't know how to answer that one, Evo.
I will take Martok with me to the core. Perhaps after the battle he can explain some of the strange things he said in his cell. For now, the enemy waits for us in the stars. Are you ready to meet them in battle?
Let's do it. Like, how do you draw, Evo? I don't know how to explain the animation side of things. I just do it.
The enemy is near. We are outnumbered, but my crew got a signal to our allies. Reinforcements should arrive soon.
No, I do everything with a combination of Corel to prepare the raw sprites, and then Premiere to combine and utilize the sprites.
There is no escape for you, Martok. But you are not going to die today. Oh, no. You will be taken alive. Martok will be delivered to the Tzenkethi, and the rest of you will spend your days in a place that makes
It will be avenged.
look pleasant. If your house is again Tzenkethi, I will have you barely stay my blade, Martok, so that Klingon children
words for
will
a cowardly
know that
traitor.
failure.
Say them to my face, if you have the spine.
What? Also, you notice he actually acknowledges the death of Alexander there, which he also calls part of his house, which makes sense. Alright, Roman Cure. I will kill Torg just for you.
Torg! I claim the rights of vengeance. Face me in battle, or I'll kill you where you stand.
He was probably also referring to Maven, if we're being honest.
I'll take pleasure delivering your corpse to the Tzenkethi. What's left of it, anyway?
Torg, you sit in a life of luxury. The kind of thing that would make a Ferengi blush. Martok is a frickin' warrior. You know the biggest downside of the Batleth, in my opinion? It's essentially impossible to fight with one without obviously telegraphing what you're about to hit. It is extremely Klingon if you think about it. Yeah, I was even going to point out that Martok has been being healed by the place, so he's actually doing good right now. Goodbye, Torg. No one will remember you.
I claim command of this vessel. Any objections? No? Then make ready for battle.
Hostile. We are still close friends with the Sona's base. You will be without provocation. And these are acts of
What do you know, Demean? Other than the taste of their boots on your lips.
Still able.
Is there a chance you could stop talking over yourself for 5 seconds? I love it. These are acts of war. I implore you to surrender while you're still able.
Reinforcements are here.
Are you stupid?
General Rodick, I do hope you have my husband with you, preferably intact.
I am Worf, son of Moog, Gintok to the House of Martok. The House of Torg must not be allowed to survive this day.
Yeah, let's honestly just erase the House of Torg.
We have much to discuss.
Not all the people. We're not here to genocide. We just need to remove that house from existence.
Let us darken the stars with the blood of our enemies.
I'm pretty sure that's it for Worf, yeah. As in, for Dorn.
I'm not dead yet, Butcher, but you will be, and soon!
Listen, Huthar, I know the British have a thing. We'll see Warp Core, but I know that Dorn had pretty much checked out by this point.
General Martok has killed Torg in battle. The Charweed is here.
Congratulations, General.
That sounds like canned dialogue right there. Might not be. I don't know. I'm just saying. That's what I've heard, Flagan. Although I was never able to confirm that.
Have my vengeance.
No, you won't.
I am in your debt. You have given me the chance to regain the honor I lost in that cell. I will not forget it. For now, I shall return to Kronos with my wife, the warriors of my house, and the Sons of Moog. It is time for their house to be restored, if they wish it.
I wish you success, General.
It has been a day of victory, and yet I am troubled. These things that Martok says, that I am a son of a different father, brother to a warrior I barely know, that I lived the life of another man. There is much I have to learn, but now is not the time. I must return Martok to Quanos before the enemy regroups. Until then, fight well.
Serve with honor. Those are placeholders, but they can be a form of reference, yes. I've got other pictures too, but that's unrelated.
Klingon political intrigues are never boring. That's for sure. It's my understanding that Martok isn't going to pursue the Chancellery. It should make a number of people in the Empire sleep a little easier. A Klingon civil war is something best avoided. Martok has considerable experience dealing with the Tzenkethi, and has offered his services to the Alliance in that regard. There's a good chance you haven't seen the last of the General.
I'm sorry, but the dumb story arc that I've been making fun of since we started this run, the next story arc, is the Klingon Civil War story arc. I didn't mean to get that. Get out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory. Don't want any of this crap. Alright. Sorry, no, I'm not gonna go into details. It's just, I had to explain why that was so funny. Klingon Civil Wars. Yeah, you can set your clock by them. Hang on, hang on. Looks like it's 2 hours after the last Civil War. Okay.
We recently received a distress signal from the USS Forrestal, a ship we thought was lost in the Nexus back in 2332. We sent the USS Madison out to investigate, but they haven't checked in for some time. Considering the Nexus is involved, they could be in trouble. The Madison's last known position was in the Rotanev system. Meet with the USS Challenger there to investigate the situation. Her captain has some experience with the Nexus.
Alright. Well, let's go to the Nexus. Someone actually asked if the Nexus was in this one. Yeah, this is basically a filler mission. It's really weirdly positioned. But whatever, honestly. It's okay. It's okay. We'll just go to the Nexus. You know what's funny? In Star Trek Generations, they have the Nexus, which is nonsensical magic. In Star Trek Insurrection, they have the Briar Patch and the Sona planet, which is nonsensical magic. And then in Star Trek Nemesis, they have pretty much everything to do with that movie, which is nonsensical magic. Of course he uses bismuth. He loves bismuth. Also, the Azimdi homeworld is a blasted hellscape that's basically unlivable to most life. For reasons I like, the winds aren't bad, but it's certainly bathed in a lot of radiation. I think I decided it doesn't even really have a proper atmosphere. Anyways.
Good to see you again. Looks like the 2 missing ships are here, although they're both in a disabled state. Neither of them have responded to our hails.
Exactly, Evo. See? You're thinking about it now. Let's see here. Was it this thing? I did this mission a couple of times recently to get something. I don't remember what. Like, it was relatively recently, too. It was a console? I don't know. Whatever. What do we got, Jordy?
That's entirely possible. Even minimal exposure to the Nexus can be pretty disruptive to ship systems. I think we should take a closer look.
I think it's that one right there.
Could be worse than our initial scans have indicated.
Yeah, it's the Omni. Oh, actually, maybe it's both. Hey, what do you know? They both take up the same slot, so I don't get the set bonus. But they're both really good phaser 3Ds. 360, excuse me. So, yeah. Let's see, I know I did this recently to set up this ship. Because, yeah, those lithium weapons are legit. Anyways. I love how, of all the captains, of all the old crew members, Geordi has a freaking Galaxy cruiser.
Apologies. This ship's taken some damage here. Short-range comms are barely working, and we're experiencing widespread systems failure on all decks. Our Nexus defense screen's overloaded, and we were exposed to a full blast. We're lucky to be here. We could use your help.
On our way.
Something's not right here. I worked on the Nexus defense screens project, and a catastrophic failure like that seems unlikely. In an overload situation like she described, the ship wouldn't be disabled. It'd be destroyed.
Once an engineer, always an engineer. No, Uthor. And honestly, he probably never will. Patrick Stewart is a little bit out of their price range. It's... yeah. I'd say he doesn't do video games, but no, that's Shatner. Yes, I know Shatner's been in a couple of video games. He still has that thing. Oh my god!
Whatever they fired just disrupted most of our systems. We're sitting ducks over here.
Well, they probably should have fired at me first. Oh, now they did. So I have to wear off. There we go. In the face.
We're still trying to figure out what they hit us with over here. Whatever it was, it knocked most of our systems out. We're running on emergency power. I think we'd better get over there and find out what's going on while we still have a functioning ship between us. Meet me at these coordinates on deck 10.
You got it.
Looks like someone activated the security system on this deck. Fortunately, I know a thing or two about that system. The console here is offline, but there should be a functional one nearby in a holodeck. From there, we can access the system and shut the fields down.
Oh, Jesus Christ. We got Burnham instead of Stewart? Sorry. Just, really? Really? Whatever. I should probably mention that the interviews that I'm referring to about Stewart and Mulgrew being out of the price range are from several years ago at this point. So I'm not completely up to date on where STO is at now in terms of development.
This holodeck's damaged. Let's try the next one. All right, let's get to work. With luck, we should be able to bypass the system and drop those... Wait.
What's wrong, Captain?
Someone's loading up a holodeck program in here, and I've got a feeling it's not for R&R.
Activating Program Barclay, 42 Epsilon. Safety protocols are disengaged.
Of course they
help
are.
us! The Borg are everywhere!
Oh no, the Borg. It's okay, they're tutorial villains.
The program's locked. We'll have to survive the battle to leave.
By the way, another reason it would be cool if we had the Borg intro be a holodeck program.
Last wave.
We could replay it here. Like, this could be a slice of the tutorial mission. It's like, ah, damn it, not this thing again. I'm pretty sure Barclay's programs have just propagated.
If there's anything I can do to repay you, anything at all.
Oh my...
That's definitely a Reg Barclay program. Let's get back to business. We'd better bypass security before they send more sparring partners to deal with.
No judgment. What you do in your private time is what you do in your private time. I actually talked about that when going through the ruminations too. It's over there. It's the only thing that pissed me off about stuff like this is the fact that there was no way to enforce the privacy thereof. That, you know, the people could just walk in on you doing whatever you are doing, which actually angers me on several levels. Like, there should be a, hey, I'm having some me time, piss off kind of a setting on the holodeck. There isn't. I don't just mean sex stuff before you even get into it. I imagine every single person listening to me say this right now has at least one thing that you like that you're embarrassed about that has nothing to do with being perverted or sex or anything. It's just something you like that you're embarrassed about. Am I wrong?
Okay, that did it. Security systems are down on this deck, and they won't be putting us into another holodeck scenario anytime soon.
Good.
This is Commander Tafai. Please I repeat, if you can hear this, come to 10 forward at once. There's...
We're barely reading you.
Our defenses just dropped. We require your assistance. They are closing on us. Hurry. It won't be long before they attack.
Someone's jamming that signal. We'd better get to 10 forward.
And admittedly, there's gradients when it comes to embarrassment, so I should probably mention that. I'm not talking about, oh my, things that would just destroy you mentally if you were found out about. I love how they specifically make this the generations glow, by the way, of 10 forward. That's a nice touch. Credit. But I'm talking about something that would just make you go, oh, yeah, no, that's, I mean, I'm into it, but, it's okay if you're not. I really, really like tea, and I really, I've been looking into different types of tea, and there's this one type. I've been trying to mix and match my own blends to try and come up with my own stuff a little bit, because I've discovered I like cinnamon a lot, but actually cinnamon's too overpowering, so I can't really mix it with something. So I've been trying ginger, but ginger tea is really hard to come by. I'm not making any of this up, by the way. This is all real. And it's just, you just get a little embarrassed about admitting how much you're into tea, right? It is not that hard to think about something that you don't want someone else to just barge in on.
Thank you for coming. The Madison has been taken over by hostile forces, and we are in dire need of assistance.
Or yeah, maybe you do self-insert fanfiction. Maybe you write in general. Maybe you do fanfiction in general. We all know that has a stigma. Yeah, how about watching a movie and actually being in tears while you're watching the movie? Now, thankfully, I usually watch movies, and by usually I mean I have a policy and have for decades at this point, of watching movies with people that I trust to watch movies around. Because I guarantee you, I sit here and I watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy, I'm going to be in tears. Even though I've seen those movies like 50 times. So I only watch those movies around people that I'm comfortable doing that around. But I watch Lord of the Rings trilogy around someone I'm not, total strangers, or like a coworker or whatever. I'll be like holding it in, like, no. See, there you go. Loner is proving my point for me, because he's shaming me for being emotional about something that I care about, and therefore making me feel more embarrassed about being able to open and admit this kind of a thing for things. That's exactly where that comes from, too. It's one of the reasons why our culture is the way it is across all cultures, across the whole planet, is because we have a tendency to look down on other people because of the way that they react to things that we personally cannot understand or process. I do it, too. We all do it. So, yeah, Matsya. Enough said. I was dying during that scene. You saw it. It was on camera. Now, I'll admit, I'm a little bit better about it nowadays because I'm 40, and I'm just a little more comfortable being honest and open on camera. But, you know...
We responded to a distress call from USS Forrestal, long thought lost to the Nexus. As we closed to assist, the Madison was struck by a potent beam of psionic energy. It disabled the ship and left us vulnerable to attack. Mind-controlled members of the Forrestal's crew then beamed over and took control of this vessel. We few are all that remain free.
But who or what did this?
An alien of tremendous psionic ability, formerly trapped within the Nexus. We believe it lured the Forrestal there in an escape attempt, which failed. Somehow, it was able to break free when the Nexus recently returned. Though powerful, there are limits to the alien's ability. The combat with your ship has weakened it considerably. Now is the time to strike. The controlled crew are bound to attack again soon.
So weapons to stun.
Picking up transporter signals, multiple contacts. We've got incoming.
Enemy contacts, inbound.
See, I'm not breaking the ship. I'm not using an earthquake on board the ship here. It's just gonna mess with them. It's okay, I'm opening a portal to the sun instead. How many of you were there for the Walking Dead streams? Both Season 1 and 2. There's another example of me just dying on camera.
Looks like we bought ourselves a little time. We should discuss our next move soon. You might talk with some of the survivors here for more information as well. Your call.
Thank you, Captain. Hang on, Evo. Could I get a list of names of those people so I can hunt them down and shoot them with my portal to the sun?
Oh, am I glad to see you. Things were looking more than a little ugly until you got here. I'd pour you a drink, but all of the replicators went offline an hour ago.
How are you holding up?
As good as can be, under the circumstances. Still amazed we haven't been, dominated by that alien. The commander thinks it's because we all come from a species with psionic abilities. As good a reason as any, I suppose.
You notice she's an Okampa, by the way? In fact, if you pay careful attention, all of these people are from one of those races. It's a nice little touch.
Ensign Rana, Engineering. Sorry for staring, Captain LaForge. Your work on transwarp theory was required reading at the Academy. I never thought I'd actually meet you. Wish it were under different circumstances.
Report, Ensign.
Right. Well, they hit main engineering first. If you're going down there, be on your guard. Several of us tried to take it back a couple of days ago. They beamed in and took us by surprise. I was the only one to make it back here.
Don't let it wear you down.
Ensign Seitel, Security. Your arrival is most fortuitous. Our numbers have dwindled considerably since the enemy's initial assault. Until your arrival, I calculated our odds of survival at 4,286 to 1.
How about now?
Difficult to fully assess at this juncture. However, I am willing to state that our odds have improved considerably. If all of you were psionics, our odds would be even better. The alien is quite ineffective against those with mental abilities.
By complete coincidence, I'm a Betazoid.
I have a feeling these attacks will intensify as the alien gains strength. If we're going to do something to save this ship, we'll need to do it fast. Let's get down to main engineering. I think we can get a better grip on the security system there and use it to incapacitate both the hostile crew and the alien.
Agreed.
Take these psionic inhibitors with you. We hope to use them on some of our dominated crewmates prior to your arrival. But I suspect they will serve you better at this time. They should protect you if the alien attempts to take control of your minds.
Thank you, Commander. Not that I need it. Betazoid! Alright. Here's something really embarrassing about me I'm going to go ahead and admit, okay? You ready for this? You see that uniform? That's an awesome uniform. I love that uniform. That's not the embarrassing part. I've said that for years. I've said that since I was a kid. Now, here's the thing. When I get a couple of... I get to a couple of different places, literally 2, actually, with regards to my body, one of the things I want to do as like a reward to myself for getting that surgery is I want to get one of those tailored for me and actually have my own Wrath of Khan era Trek uniform. The main reason I haven't done it is because of the fact that I've still got this, whatever hell it's called, down here on my stomach. I guess abs, but whatever. It's a damn nice uniform. I love that uniform. If you don't understand why that's a treat, those things, like, to get a good one, like an actually good, properly designed, real cloth, real fabric, custom tailored uniform, that's a few $100s. But I know that, and I'm ready for that, because I need to get a few $1,000s of surgery first. That's a good question, Loner. I was actually thinking silk because in fact, this one isn't silk, but I actually have a silk uniform, so I know exactly what it feels like to wear on a long-term basis. It is quite cozy. You have to get used to it, though. It's
more hostiles incoming.
It's not like as soft as you'd think, but it is very cozy. It's very malleable. Nice, Reggie. Forge? There you are.
We've got a couple of problems here. Main power's offline, and there's a lot of Nexus radiation getting past the screens. I'll handle the power situation while you deal with the radiation. Once that's done, we can bring the security systems back online.
Understood. I could also go with 100% polyester in the inner weave. I know that sounds weird, but 100% polyester is also pretty comfortable, especially long term, and a lot easier to clean.
Nice work. Radiation levels are back in the safe zone, and I've managed to prime the warp core. Give me a hand with it, and we can restore main power.
Oh, I've seen one of those in person, Gum Gum. It's absolutely insane. Like, the person was walking around on, I don't want to say stilts, that's inaccurate, but like, imagine a foot of boot under your foot. And that's what they were walking around in. It was very impressive.
That did it. Main power's back online, and warp core is stable. I've activated most of the security systems, but it looks like the bridge is still under enemy control. It's a good bet that's where the alien is.
Let's do it. You're probably wondering at this point, what does this have to do with the Tzenkethi or the Lucari or anything, really? And I think you know the answer to that. The answer is absolutely nothing.
This ship and all upon it belong to Cosmo.
Starfleet disagrees with you on that.
Your words mean nothing. Kill them. Kill them now.
We are here to assist you.
Yeah, this is the anniversary event. I forget which anniversary. That's why I didn't say it. We're starting to get towards the outer edge of my knowledge and expertise in this game, unfortunately. Like, I've done this stuff before. In fact, I've streamed this stuff before. The closer we get to modern stuff, the smaller my knowledge range shrinks. And yeah, I was going to, Russell Lisa. We good?
I'm reading the alien on sensors. It's back on the forestall. This isn't over yet.
Recommendations?
The Challenger might be able to fight, but most of this ship's crew is unconscious. Beam back to your ship and deal with the Forestall. I'll do what I can here to get the shields up and keep the Madison in one piece.
Understood. Give me a sec. One of the things I want to comment on is that Picard's desk is actually legit. I believe it was oak in real life. Nice polished oak. There's also a little couch back here. Gotta have the couch. Just, you know, for relaxing. And... whoop. Speaking of nice polished desks. I meant in real life, Loner. Sorry. It's actually funny how this stuff connects with itself, because you don't really think about the sets and their design all that much. But anyways, let's go ahead and...
I'm reading the chat.
Whoop. Damn it. There we go. I mean, there could be Evo, but they probably would be... like, there would have to be a reason they do that. The whole reason he took bismuth, in case you didn't catch that, was because of how fragile and unstable it was. It's the thing only the rich can have, and the Azimdi did have a currency and an economy prior to interaction with other species. So he had the rich person's body, because Veridith was actually extraordinarily wealthy. Like, he was part of his own combine.
Shall the battle continue? Shall you strike me anew again and again until nothing remains?
Stand down and the fight's over.
Once I was imprisoned within the Nexus, cast away for defying those who called themselves my rulers. And now a new jailer comes, demanding submission.
You realize I just want you to stop imprisoning people, right?
No, I need this ship and everyone on it. They give me what I need to return home and avenge my imprisonment. I will not give them up.
That's unfortunate.
The Challenger stands ready to assist you.
By the way, my actual dialogue there was, that's unfortunate. Fire to disable.
It seems I am at your mercy. Will you strike the killing blow now, as is your right?
No. We're going to take you into custody and throw you into a Supermax prison for the rest of your life. I'm joking.
If that is to be my fate, I yield. The ship and crew are yours. It is an unexpected mercy, one I would not extend to a vanquished foe on the battlefield. Much has changed since my banishment to the Nexus.
Yeah, I remember Kaj Burr at launch.
Nicely done. I was able to get a call into Starfleet, and we should have backup here soon. In the meantime, I'll keep working with the crews of the disabled ships. We'll have them up and running again in no time.
Glad to hear it.
You saved a lot of lives here today. You showed mercy to someone who wasn't inclined to return the favor. That goes a long way in my book.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome. The Nexus is definitely worth studying, but only under safe conditions. The crews of the Forestall and the Madison found that out the hard way, I'm afraid. Just like we did on the Enterprise all those years ago.
I don't know if I'd agree with that sentence, but safe travels, Captain. That presumes an economy can only exist for survival purposes, Evo. Not things like luxury or entertainment, coordination or cooperation.
Interesting report. This alien was trapped for eons in the Nexus and wanted to leave? As I understand it, the Nexus is a paradise. Apparently there's at least one life form out there who disagrees. Fortunately, you saved a lot of lives, and 3 Starfleet vessels. Captain LaForge tells me they'll spend some time in space dock, but they'll be ready for duty again soon. And we can use all the ships we can get on the frontier these days. Well done.
Oh, that console's terrible. Define Paradise. Well, actually, you're the one who defines Paradise. I think I'm going to take that. Because I have at least one person somewhere. There we go. Kurland! No, hang on. What's he got? He's got the Dyson gun. We'll give you something new. Just for fun. Just to switch it up a little bit. Yeah, ironically, leaving the Nexus is extraordinarily easy. All you have to do is want to leave, which makes you wonder how the hell that guy was in prison in there. So, a weird breather mission, but it wasn't really intended to. That really was the anniversary mission. So it's just there because that's when it came out. So, Melting Pot. By the way, after this mission, we're doing like 5 TFOs for anybody who wants to join us.
The Qantari and Lukari governments have begun work on a joint colonial site in the Draenor system. Starfleet has been assisting both groups on the project, as have other Alliance members. I'd like you to join the effort and help them get things moving forward. There's been Tzenkethi activity in neighboring sectors, and both the Lukari and Qantari have clashed with them in the past. Draenor itself has little tactical value, but the Tzenkethi are known to carry a grudge. Keep that colony safe.
I don't believe all of them are space, no. But I don't remember how many of them are ground. I know at least one of them is ground, because I did it a couple of days ago for the Universal. And you have time to go to Draenor. Pronounced very similarly. If it helps, Evo, think of time as the ultimate currency, and it starts to fall into place a bit.
Welcome to the Draenor system. Construction of the colony is underway and on schedule. We're lucky. We would have missed this system if the crew of our survey ship hadn't taken a closer look at the anomaly here.
I know, right? It's good to see you again, Cam.
And you. I'm glad you and your crew were available to assist us. As you can see, the anomaly orbits both the planet and its moon, and appears to be stable. It's also very disruptive to long-range sensors. The USS Challenger's team has been very helpful. They've installed several planetary defense systems and provided modular building units for use at the colony site.
Starfleet's quite adept at colonial operations.
Captain LaForge is standing by on the Challenger.
Oh god,
Let's not keep him waiting.
I know the movie you're referencing, and yeah, that movie sucked. But not for the premise, it just sucked.
I hope the Draenor anomaly didn't give you too much trouble getting here. We've been working with the Qantari and the Lukari to study it. We know it's some sort of subspace disruption, similar to what Starfleet has seen in the Delta Triangle. Not only does it cause sensors to behave erratically, but it seems to create a limited sort of cloaking field, both for the planet and the moon. Captain Kumarke and I have been collecting data on the anomaly, but we could use some more. Mind lending us a hand before we head down to the colony?
Of course.
Let's begin with a system scan. I've seen some strange data at that level.
Same here. It'll be good to get some more eyes on this.
Curious. It isn't just our sensors, Captain LaForge.
Agreed. Let's calibrate sensors inside the anomaly. It might cut down on the interference.
Very well. I've indicated an ideal area. Let's try again there. We're making progress, but I can't completely filter the sensor noise.
Let's study those asteroids. There could be clues in how the anomaly affects them.
Oh my god, stop going this way. Outpace the meteor.
This material isn't orbiting, it's just drifting.
S-type asteroids, mostly iron and silicates. Nothing out of the ordinary.
One of our emitters is giving some strange readings. Let's take a closer look.
I mean, they call me the Boar Runner for a reason, One Shot Finch. I'm glad it helped.
Looks like the emitter relays are offline. We'll need to realign them.
Well done. I'd like to run a spectral analysis at the indicated area.
Let's send a probe to the moon and collect some data on long-term anomaly exposure.
Agreed. But we'll need to get closer to the moon first.
Okay. We have some good data to work with here.
You know what they
Our
call...
science teams have extensive facilities on Dranur. They can help.
Sounds good. I'll see you planet side.
You know what they call me in raid groups, Savacom?
I'm eager to show you the progress we've made here. We've done a lot in a short period of time, and I think you'll be impressed. Ready to beam down and see what we've been working on?
The Floor Runner. I'm not even going to tell you what they call me at the buffet. Actually, PAX does make fun of me by calling me Kirby periodically. Because it's complicated. I eat very quickly. I don't eat much anyways, but I eat very quickly. But no, he calls me the Moor Runner.
Welcome to the colony. Kumarke was just telling me a bit about some recent energy tech improvements. Let's take a look around. As an engineer, I'm impressed by the technology that our partners brought to this project. Working with it has been a rewarding experience for all of us.
Lead on. So this is the fleet colony. In fact, I wonder if this is actually my fleet's colony. I don't think it is. That'd be funny, though.
Welcome. I'm Kajima, one of the industrial designers. Our colony may be fairly new, but we've already accomplished a great deal. I hope you find our work here interesting.
Listen, we're so colony happy that we're happy to help other people colonize. That's the Federation's private little, embarrassed secret.
We're trying to build an industrial infrastructure while respecting Lucari design recommendations. It's, let's say, challenging. For instance, they've included considerable xenoscaping. They're committed to incorporating native plant life into the design spaces. It takes considerable effort, but it does mean that our structures are less susceptible to invasive problems with local plant life.
Aesthetic and functional, nice.
Dranur's quite the hidden paradise, don't you think?
Yeah, it's alright.
We only needed a minimum level of terraforming here.
We just fired 15 Genesis devices at it.
The fusion of Lucari and Qantari technology has been very effective.
Our integrated tech output continues to impress. This display will confirm that.
I love how excited she sounds. God, she's adorable.
As you can see, our energy grid uses an array of natural power sources.
This is the first of many hydropower sites on Dranur.
I mean, imagine for a moment that you are an idealist who geeks out about exploration and scientific progress. Oh, and by the way, aliens just showed up. They're friendly, and they want to help you do everything that you are into.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Quite a sight, isn't it? I'm surveying the output as part of setting up hydropower here.
How much power do you think it'll generate?
I'd eyeball this at a base of 3 kilowatts, which doesn't seem like much until you consider that there are falls like this all over the coast. They seem to be active year-round. Now, the challenge will be to capture that energy without disrupting the ecosystem.
I notice you're still wearing a breathing mask.
My lungs were damaged by toxic gases on New Qantar. It's made me more conscious of the need to regulate the pollution that we generate, and more appreciative of what we have here.
Thank you for your time.
Come upstairs. There's an excellent view of the colony grounds.
How do I explain this? I don't like to think about how amazing this would be, because I don't like to think about positive things like that. I know that sounds strange, but I mean it. I don't like to be like, this would be so super amazing, because it's not. And then that's just gonna, depress me. But I have to admit, if the Vulcan moment happened to me, if I could reach out to the Federation and become a part of an outreach on behalf of humankind to something like the Federation, it's hard for me to even properly express with English words what that would mean to me, and how much I would just be jazzing the entire time. Frankly, Kumarke is showing some restraint here.
The beauty of this world will survive only if we work to preserve and protect it. Let's head up to the science lab. They're working on some exciting projects.
And yes, if you're paying attention,
As you can see, we've made considerable progress here.
This is effectively just a tour for the new
Indeed.
fleet
I'm
colony.
quite proud of our achievements.
There's more to be done, but the foundation we've laid is solid.
Aw. There we are. That's just... Oh god, I lost them. I lost them. Now they're here. We're okay.
Fair warning, our researchers can be a bit eccentric. We should be able to get results from one of the lab consoles here.
I'll say, this was the last one, wasn't it? For fleet stuff? Hang on. Yeah. Starbase, and then the Spire was the Dyson stuff. The research lab was the temporal stuff. K-13 was the recent stuff. I don't remember the embassy. Dilithium Mine was old, but then Colony World, and yeah, that's it. Massive amount of data coming from the probe, including some things that stand out. The lunar scale, relative to planet, it's only slightly larger than Earth's moon. The moon has a high-density core, large amount of silicate and germanium. Alright. That's whatever. The embassy was Romulus. That makes sense. Weird that it's out of order, but whatever.
Ah, we've been expecting you. You've sent a good deal of interesting data to us. We've already been analyzing it. I'll let my companion Eshel explain the findings in more detail.
What have you learned?
Thank you, my dear. The first thing I realized is that the inert particles should be orbiting to obey gravity, rather than holding position. I've been focusing my attention there, while Ursha has been reviewing the logs from the disabled satellite. Here, check the probe data from the moon. If some outside force was acting on the particles, it should also be affecting the moon.
Alright, that seems like a good starting place.
Funny. My ocular implants are picking up a noticeable amount of germanium here. There wasn't any outside. Where did that come from?
A good question. But first I have to pause the game to go see that donation. Here it is. If it'll... There we go. Come on. There we go. I mean, you say that, Vigilant, but all we have to do is kill everyone, hit the planet with a Genesis device, and we're good. Thank you for the donation. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, what's going to happen is the Earth is going to get hit by the evacuation ship. All right. Line up, single file. Let's go. I will put that towards dealer's choice. Thank you.
Ah, we do have a few of the crystals here. Oh, strictly for study, of course. Don't worry. The Anomaly prevents outside scans from detecting them. Oh, they're very safe down here. Here, I'll show you.
So, those are the germanium.
You brought those here, despite the danger they present?
This was the best way to study them. We needed the lab's facilities.
Oh, besides, we were just gonna take them back to the moon when we finished.
Just a moment. I'm getting a message.
Captain Kamarke, Tzenkethi ships have just entered the system.
Really? What a shock.
They're firing an unknown projectile at the moon. It's some kind of protomatter torpedo.
A protomatter torpedo? That's not good.
Their ships are turning toward the planet. If they have a torpedo, they may be able to hit us from orbit.
Yeah.
The Tzenkethi are ruthless. We need to ready our defenses. Why now? Why are they so interested in these crystals?
The crystals! They're hatching?
Hello. Don't know what the hell these things are, but yeah, let's not. Let's not. Bugs are bad. Bugs must die.
The Tzenkethi are turning toward the planet. They're heading for us.
Yeah, because you brought the germanium here.
Defense is online right now.
You freaking morons.
The tactical station is just across the way. Let's make our way there.
I admittedly don't like Kamarka's outfit. I'd have to sit and spend some time discussing why, and nobody wants to hear the fashion runner right now. Coming out of the walls, man.
I think I can tap into their comms from here. Hold on.
So, I actually did that on purpose because I wanted to show off something. This is something they started that's a new idea. And it worked out weirdly well. Every enemy type in the entire game has had unique features, and gimmicks, and all sorts of other fun stuff like that. These enemies don't really have much of a gimmick. They have like two. No, what these enemies have is numbers. They throw so many of these things at us, both on the ground and, spoilers, in space, that they just absolutely swarm you. It's like being smashed in the face by a ton of Zerglings, specifically. They're only Zerglings, but there's millions of them. Alright, where do you want me to go here, game? I don't see why she wouldn't Gum Gum. I mean, she doesn't sound fine, if you know what I mean, but she sounds acceptable. I said they have like two gimmicks. Jesus Christ, pay attention, Rasalisu. Pick. They have two gimmicks that I know of. I wasn't even going to talk about either of them yet because we're not fighting them in space yet. Now I'm just irritable because I can't find this goddamn door. Oh my god. Don't worry, we'll get to fight a whole bunch of them soon, and then we'll be able to show off the second gimmick. Okay, it can't be that thing. It is, though. It is actually... Do I need to... Hi, Saber for wife. Are you joking me with this? There's an invisible wall here. I can't just go back over there to go back up. I have to go... Oh, my... Okay. Alright. Alright. Cool. Cool. There's no reason for there to be an invisible wall there. I could have just hopped over those crates to get over here, to get up here, to go back down where I just was. There was also crates in my way down below, if you were paying attention. Hi.
That cargo is blocking the way. Head down to the beach and around.
Listen, exocomps are legit.
We're still tapped into Tzenkethi comms.
Not sentient. They are mere automatons fit only to serve.
Increase your efforts. Eliminate the defenses at once. Captain Paul, beam down for ground assault. Purge the Transuli. It shall be done, Admiral. Turn off your defenses or be destroyed.
I wouldn't recommend that.
Are you here to bomb us or to eradicate this swarm?
There are only a few Transuli here. Let's clear this place and be done. 50 critics has burned sheds and scales again. You're on.
They have scales?
Don't let me down, Burn. Keep your scales on. These little softies are pretty tenacious.
What do you think? Oh, your book.
Which? The bugs or the colonists?
Wow, turns out these mass murdering genocidal maniacs are people too. Sorry. Please try to remember the millions and millions of people these people have obliterated. I mean, remember that moon they took out? Not in this one. 2 episodes ago. The inhabited moon. I'm just pointing it out because this is a weird way to take the Tzenkethi. Like, they start off by making them, like, horrifically, monstrously evil.
The Transuli
and then they're like, hey, they're people too. And it's like...
Your assistance is appreciated. A suggestion? This colony has been using open communication channels. That is unwise. You never know who may be listening in out there after all.
Now that the menace is destroyed, there's no reason to attack this world. Also, that's how they knew to attack this place. Because they, yeah, germanium.
Let me check my scanner. The infestation seems to be eliminated. Usually it's best to be absolutely sure, but there doesn't appear to be a need to waste a Protomatter weapon. Don't make this mistake again. Take immediate action if you suspect the presence of Transuli.
Yeah, Cool. Thanks for that, not quite Tholians. The Tzenkethi, meanwhile, are trying to kill us in space. The Tzenkethi are not
We're
responding
still
to
tapped
hails.
into Tzenkethi comms.
Admiral, this planet poses no threat. I witness its complete purge.
Know your place, Captain. Follow protocol. Am I clear?
The Tzenkethi captain who helped us planetside is advocating for peace?
I don't know if I'd call that peace. More like not mass murdering people.
We've got to take those ships down and protect the colony. Reading more ships on sensors. Watch your flank.
Yeah, advocating for,
These others aided us against the Dransuli. They can help us.
They are weak. They will fall if they try to stop us.
There is no sense to this.
Get this weakling out of my sight! Destroy these...
There's a power spike on the lead ship. That might be their new weapon. They changed their comms encryption. We're blocked out. I'm going to get an accurate read of their weapons systems. Cover me.
I'm gonna blow up their command ship. From the side.
I am Captain Nekpar. My commanding officer is incapacitated, and I have assumed control of Tzenkethi forces in this sector. Let us cease hostilities and speak reasonably.
I'm listening.
As you and I both know, planet Dranur has been completely scourged of what we call Dransuli. There is no reason for further conflict between us. We will leave this system peacefully, if you are agreeable.
Very well.
A warning, the Autarch's resolve is unwavering. He will not rest until the Dransuli are no more, and he will not spare anyone in his way. Choose your side carefully.
The Tzenkethi must be terrified of these Dransuli. They're willing to commit genocide to eliminate them, and Tzenkethi don't scare easily. Fortunately, some of the Tzenkethi are willing to see reason. Things could have been a lot worse if Captain Parr hadn't intervened on our behalf. For now, we need to let the Alliance know what we've learned here. Safe travels.
Yeah, see you in a minute, Jordy. So what you're saying, Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins, is we need to genocide their entire people. Just the whole thing, top to bottom.
This new information on the crystals the Tzenkethi have been attempting to eradicate is disturbing to say the least. Starfleet will be monitoring the worlds we know of that contain these eggs. We'll be doing all we can to study them, and, if necessary, protect them. Despite the incident at Dranur, we don't know if this species is truly hostile. Finally, I've spoken with officials in both the Lukari and Qantari governments. They're going to proceed at Dranur despite the incident. We will continue to assist them in this endeavor and protect them from any Tzenkethi reprisals.
I am, of course, being facetious, but I want to be clear that the Tzenkethi military force, the one we've been interacting with, probably should be wiped out. What they have been doing is so many levels of unacceptable, it's not even funny. Like, it's hard to... Kira White Noise gave an analogy that if you found some termites in a house, you glassed the country that that house is in. But that's not really an exaggeration. That's what they're doing. They find any of these eggs, they destroy all life on a planet. That's insanity. But again, how much of that... we've run into this problem before. How much of that is the attitude of the culture or the people or a specific organization or whatever? Star Trek and Star Trek Online tend to do a good job of fleshing out some of their species. By the way, I'm heading to Nicara to start the TFOs up. They do a decent job of fleshing out some of the species. We know there's multiple organizations and mentality and people. But then some of the species are just, we only really interact with one of them, and we're not sure what to make. Like the Tholians. We have no idea what Tholian culture or society is like. So we only interact with the people who will run around and wipe out people's stars. You know, we don't know a lot about them. Same thing with Nakul. Same thing with the Iconians, kind of. Like, we only really interact with a grand total of 4 Iconians. Granted, 12, but still. Yeah, exactly. We tend to deal with the troublemakers, so it's hard to say something like, I advocate for wiping them out, because the them of that wipeout needs to be very carefully defined. Like, you know me, civilians are a no-no. Always have been. I'm going to take a very brief respite here and refill my liquid. So, I'll be right back. Okay, so let's get the worst one out of the way first. Anybody, like, if we have more than 5 people, that would be great. But we'll see how this works out. That's up to you, Evo. I actually tend to prefer grayscale for, like, the wiki and stuff like that. No, I don't want info. I want to invite. There's Reggie. I don't recognize somebody else here. Yeah, I was actually wondering that too. How are you not in an environmental suit? You are. Ow. So yeah, we're gonna do, let me make sure I get the right name for this one. Should be Colony Invasion. It's ground, of course. Yep, nope, that's the one. Fleet marks. Someone's waving. Who's waving? Nobody's waving. You lied. Might be an android. Maybe a Borg? I don't know. Ah, there it is. Okay. You. I'm going to be 100% honest. I tend to forget there's a chat log in this game. Because, and I'm going to say this as nicely as I can, the chat in Star Trek Online sucks. In fact, actually, I'm going to give it a negative to gameplay, because it is really bad. Speaking as someone who has, you know, played MMOs since EverQuest, you'd think there's not a lot that goes into the chat, But actually, no, there's a whole lot of features and design that goes into good MMO chat design, and STO does none of it. It's actually hard to keep track of STO's chat. It is bad. It has extraordinarily few options. It doesn't have any real good customization stuff. It doesn't allow for color coordination. It doesn't allow for proper filtering. It's crap. I'm only going to give it one negative. It could be worse. And yeah, Warframe, I agree. Warframe also has a bad chat, and Warframes is better than STO's. There's a reason I tend to just mentally ignore the chat in STO. Oh yeah, and also you have to filter the crap out of it, otherwise it drowns you in text. But those filters aren't enough. Like, it lumps in too many things into the same categories, right? So it's kind of hard to keep track of it, because this, you know what? Yeah, no, STO's chat is the worst chat I've seen. Asheron's calls chat is better than this. That's not a joke. No, Brigga. I'm not sure what those things are. Asheron's Call, which is an MMO that came out in the 90s, has a better chat program than this. That's pathetic. Now, I'm not going to say 3 negatives, because I can think of random, you know, really, really crap MMOs, the kinds that we will never review, that would actually be 3 territory, but this is not good. Yeah, it's not the bottom of the barrel, but it's probably the worst we're going to see. Tor's is better. Guild Wars 2's is better. FF14's, which I also wasn't a fan of, if you're remembering, is better. WoW's is probably one of the best ones out there. But, yeah, like oh my god, you could go down from here. Anyways. Okay, so is anybody not in the group who wanted to participate in this? Just to help me keep track of some things. If not, that's fine. I just want to make sure. Let me update the HUD really quick while I'm getting an answer to that question. Okay, it sounds like a no. That's okay. So we're going to pray on this one, because this might take a minute. Or it could happen instantly. That's shocking, really. But yeah, we're going to do the 2 ground ones foist. Oh, I picked the wrong one. Oh, whatever. We're going to do the 2 ground ones foist. Double checking something. Okay. That would be funny, though. In Star Trek, the Vulcan moment helped revitalize Earth and mankind. I wonder how real-life humans would respond to a Vulcan moment. Hey, there's alien life. It's benevolent, and it wants peaceful and prosperous cooperation and interaction with us. Like, how does humanity react to that? Oh, right. This mission. Okay. I should probably read that out loud. We need to repel the invaders. Stabilize the wounded. Find the Federation diplomats. Download the critical data. We're being attacked by the Undine today. Irrational Games. Who are Irrational Games? The BioShock creators? Mm-hmm. I have no knowledge or information about that, so I'm just going to pass on that question, because I have no idea. Yeah, sorry, I'm not even sure who they are, I didn't know they were disbanded, and I don't know why they were disbanded. It's like saying, what do you think of the 13th game of the Mets in 1952? And I'm going to be like, well, it sure was a baseball game. That's about all I got. Wait, hang on, I'll make up something. Give me a sec. Let's see here. So I mentioned the Vulcan moment a minute ago. Well, it turns out that actually the creators of Bioshock were Vulcans. And they created that game as a way to test our ability to comprehend and deal with more advanced logic scenarios, and to gauge our morality, which obviously the Vulcans have many reasons to be scared of the morality of humankind. Now, unfortunately, we failed that test, so the disbanding was actually just the Vulcans going home. They're done. They're good. So, we had our Vulcan moment, and we lost. On the plus side, they took me with them, and I actually became one of their agents, so I'm working for the Vulcans now. Sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry. In fact, it's the best thing that ever happened to me, but, you know. Sorry. Second best thing that ever happened to me. Unfortunately, the Vulcans do not have good dental. They don't have cavities. Because they are superior to us in every way. We should bow before them as our master. Sorry. How popular is baseball with non-humans in Trek? Well, we know the Vulcans play it. But unfortunately, I don't have any more information for you, because what actually happened was baseball went out of style because it was too boring. That's not me making that up. That is in-universe, actual acknowledged lore. And, it only came back very recently, like post Deep Space Nine. Yeah, I know, it's weird, Justin. I don't know if you've been noticing, but I've been trying to drop the cold storm onto your lava. Because it amuses me. I see a red dot, but I don't know how to reach down there. Oh, jeez, it's the Borg thing all over again. So, speaking of embarrassing admissions, you want to make fun of me. Earlier, when I was getting up to grab a fresh water, which I still need to put in my cup, I had a very, very brief... What the hell is that? A very brief freak-out moment. What would you be freaking out over, Laura? Well, I lost track of what time it was, and I thought this was the second shift of the day, not the first one. I was like, oh my god, I'm not even where I wanted to be with the Gamma arc yet. What the hell is going on? Why is this taking so long? Freak out, freak out, freak out. Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. It's the first shift. Thoughts on Babe Ruth? I've never actually looked into Babe Ruth's career. In fact, I've never been much of a baseball follower. I actually enjoy playing baseball quite a bit. But I'm not a big fan of watching it. I never really followed it, like I said. So I couldn't tell you anything about, you know, the Slugger. Oh, we're done. Wow, that was really quick and painless. Oh, cool. What's funny is, if you think about it, this relates to what Adam the Ant Plays just mentioned. If you think about how incredibly advanced the technology is of these people, of Star Trek, you'd think they would have more combat sports because they can make them non-lethal. they have ways between force fields and medical technology and interpretive VR and all the other things that they could do to make a thing where you could basically play, random made-up example, Smash Brothers, except for real, except you don't actually hurt the person you're beating the snot out of with lava. Not actually a bad idea for the rewrite, now that I think about it. Anyways, down to Nakara. So that was, honestly, that was quick enough and painless enough that I'm not going to even give that a negative, but I don't think that was a positive. So we're going to call that a complete wash. Now let's do the actual bad one, the one I meant to do first. Of course it wouldn't appeal to everyone, but it's not in the shows at all. In fact, one of the things that they tried to push early on was that sports in general were just kind of drifting out of favor, and I roll to disbelieve. Sports have been a thing in human culture, just sports in general as a concept, have been a thing in human culture for so long, it's hard to even properly explain it. Yeah, pretty much as long as we've had human culture, we've had sports to some extent or another. I mean, you ever look up the Deans? Alright, so now we're going to do what's probably going to be the bad one. We'll see how this goes. Let me make sure I'm getting the right one, because I got the wrong one last time. Should be Draenor Beach Assault. We technically are supposed to do this one after the space one, but honestly, I just want to get this stupid one out of the way. Honestly, I would not be surprised by that Evo if that were true. Yeah, the Olympics have been around for quite literally millennia. I don't even know where to begin with that. Now, we might not get our group. I'm going to give this a couple of minutes. And we'll see what happens. Thank you, Adam the Ant, please. I try. I fail miserably because I suck at my job, but I do try. I'm actually... Oh, what is the new universal? Gravity kills! Oh, that's funny. That's funny. For those of you not aware of why that's amusing, we're going to do gravity kills in a few minutes here. Oh, Jesus, Darth Tyrant. Hang on. Let me get my my headache removal spoon here. Now, I need you to hold extremely still, okay? This is going to take him. Just, no, don't move. Don't move. I'm just scooping out parts of your brain. There we go. One time I did a gravity kills. Brigwin, if you could do me a favor, independently queue for Draenor Beach Assault. It's this one right here. We actually need 10 people for it. And it's wonky. So the more people we have queuing for it, the better chance we have of that happening. This looks like an omelet? Gravity kills. One time I was doing it, and it was actually the Universal do gravity kills, just like it is right now. And we were like, all right, let's do it. Cool. And we sucked at it. Pax and I were trying to drag us to victory, but we were falling behind. So, gravity kills is unique, but I think there's at least one part of it. We actually talked about this. Pax and I talked about this while we were doing it, because we were in voice chat. I actually think one part of gravity kills deserves a negative to gameplay by itself. We'll talk about it when we get there. But we were falling behind. We absolutely could not keep up with it. And the other 3 members of the group were doing nothing. And that was just kind of the end of it. So I was like, okay, cool, that sucks. So we ended up having to bail, take the 30-minute loss, and, you know, come back at it later. With a prefab group, we'll probably be fine with gravity kills, but I do think that one negative is still justified. It might also be a positive, because it's a cool concept, but we'll see. I mean, I really liked the, I forget the name of it, but the Doomsday Device one that we did yesterday. It's a good TFO. Yeah, no, making a bloodless sport. It's actually something I've jumped around a little bit in the Empire. Excuse me, in the Extant. Because I like the idea of... One of the ideas I've thrown around a bit is basically Punch-Out. Except imagine as you're like slugging this person as hard as you possibly can, they don't actually feel any pain from it. It's just, ugh. And there's a couple of ways you could accomplish that. So you have all the viscerality of the violence and the combat sport and the skill, because there's a lot of skill that goes into boxing, as there is in most combat sports. But none of the, you know, being punched in the head as hard as you can. You know, none of the brain damage, none of the damaged teeth, none of the slice my eyelid open thing. But if you could digitize it, there's no real reason you couldn't digitize it. I don't think Star Trek would have the tech to have respawns, no. That's the purview of something like Borderlands, which I know sounds bizarre, but actually Borderlands is ludicrously advanced in terms of its technology. It's actually silly how advanced Borderlands is. Consider the fact that it's supposed to be more kind of down-to-earth, grungy, you know, Mad Maxy. Yeah, I was actually about to bring up Unreal, or rather Unreal Tournament, which also has respawn technology. Although Unreal doesn't charge you for it. So, like I said, I'm going to give this a couple more minutes. And if we fail, we fail, and I'm just going to walk away from it. Let's see, what's next? Let's see here. The space version of this. We're defending Draenor again. This time in space. Yay, space. Oh, I guess there's not actually 5 instances. That's my bad. There's 4. Forgot about that. Yeah, transporter tech is kind of silly. That's on so many levels. And it wouldn't bother me as much if they treated it like transporter tech. Instead, they treat it like... They treat it like a shuttle. I need to get to work. I'm watching the timer. If that timer reaches... If another 40 seconds pass, I'm going to officially give up on this one. We're going to move on to another one. Because nobody's queuing for it, and it's a ground mission. So, we're probably not getting this. Absolutely not, Gum Gum. That theory is nonsense and stupid. Yeah, who would walk, honestly? I mean, I was making fun of that earlier with my jetpack. How would I walk when I have a jetpack? Same concept. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I give up. So, that's that dungeon. That dungeon isn't great. That's not bad. It's kind of, yeah. So the next one would be, I believe, Draenor Gauntlet. Let me double check this. Yep, okay. So this one should queue immediately. And then we're going to do that. Then we're going to do that. Yep, okay. So we're doing gravity kills next. Oh my god. Why do you like that Evo? Other than the fact that it's horrific on every level. Also, you know what? I just realized Evo would like Nier Automata. I agree with that, Kirawai Noise. Yeah, we have enough people. It's just taking a minute. Or maybe someone didn't hit yes. Hang on, where are we at? Are we informing? Yep, we're informing. There we go. Sometimes it takes a minute to spool up an instance for a specific dungeon. Well, let me spoil. It's not even a spoil. Let me tell you something.
We don't have a lot of time, so I'll make this quick. A large enemy force is on its way. It's up to you to hold the line. We're about to beam up critical parts for some unfinished defense satellites. You'll be able to activate them soon. Until then, do what you can to keep the enemy fleet at bay. Good luck.
Let's see. Which ship do you have? Is it the Excelsior? Wait, which Excelsior is that? I can't see from up here. That is the... Oh, is that the Excelsior I want? Try to get the camera over here so I can actually see this thing. Yeah, I think that is. That is a beaut. Congrats. I don't know how you afforded the... What was it, $200 for that? Anyways, so in Nier Automata, they're all androids. That's not a spoiler, that's part of the premise. Here's the thing. They have a fast travel system, but the way it works is you activate another copy. You upload a copy of yourself, then they download a new copy and a new body to the location, and the old body is destroyed. And if you're paying attention to how I'm saying this, you get why I'm bringing this up in relation to the transporter killing you.
Enemy ships detected.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
On an intercept course.
So we're on easy, so this should be easy. But if we were on advanced right now, Iconians can be very mean on this mission. I would actually argue they are the meanest faction you could fight on this mission. So, in case it's not obvious based on how I phrase that, you get random factions for this mission.
Parts are ready. Scan the satellites to activate them.
I don't believe you can get Kazon. I have seen Terrans, Borg, Iconians, and stupid Klingons. I don't think I've ever gotten Fakiri. No, you just die, Evo, and the new you lives on. It doesn't bother them, of course, because why would it? They're androids. Like, the idea of death and consciousness doesn't really get processed for most of the androids, so they don't care. So it's not treated as horrific, it's treated as a Tuesday. Which is horrific, of course. Which is the point. So the difficulty isn't random. You have to specifically queue for different difficulties. Like, you see this thing here? Blue is easy. Oh, it's normal. Yellow is hard, and red is ridiculous. I don't recommend doing red. What are we waiting for?
Picking up multiple enemy signals on sensors. Get ready.
I guess I'll go to... never mind, I'll go to Alpha. Gamma's fine. The rewards do scale. Also, you can only get the super currencies, the elite currencies, when you're on advanced or higher. Now, advanced isn't all that bad, all things considered. You're in threat of death, and there's consequences, but ultimately, you're probably going to be able to handle advanced reasonably well, as long as you've got, any kind of ship build going whatsoever. Now, if you're talking about the difficulty relative from one mission to the next, even regardless of the difficulty setting, yes, some missions are substantially harder than others just because they're designed. So, one of the things this mission does, I think only on advanced, but I guess we'll find out in a few minutes, is later on, during the third wave of the mission, they're going to start spawning dreadnoughts. Every time you kill a dreadnought, a new dreadnought spawns. Like, immediately. So, as you might imagine, that can add some difficulty to it. Not just because of the fact that you're dealing with dreadnoughts. Oh my god! Urgh! Not just because of the fact that you're dealing with dreadnoughts, but because of the fact that all of the players will be beelining for those dreadnoughts and not doing the rest of the mission. Because dreadnoughts equals bonus points, and bonus points equals additional marks, which is what most people are here for. So it varies, right? You know what? No, I'm not surprised by that kind of thing. The main source of humans liking sports? I mean, I would imagine the main reason that humans like sports to participate is because of the fact that we are a competitive people in general and we like to push ourselves. Sports tend to be both mentally and physically taxing and, engaging. So there you are. We're doing stuff that's actually fun and engaging and is also pushing ourselves. It also makes sense to do something that back in the day would actually give you skills that could be used for survival. Obviously that's not true anymore and hasn't been for a long time, but you can see where that got started. As far as people like observing sports, that's a completely different and yet related survival mechanism. Tribalism. You want to root for your team because your team forms a part of your identity and keeps you safe and happy and otherwise good. I have a lot of tech and gear making my ship faster. That's what that's coming from. Adam. Adam the Ant plays it. Sorry, I keep not saying the whole name. My bad. So it makes sense for entertainment. It makes sense for doing. There's other reasons, so you can get into it. But, yeah. Well, on the plus side, Evo, the hero did successfully escape after using the portal. Uh-oh. Ugh. Frickin' gateways, am I right? Gamma's doing fine. We're fine, we're fine. You'll also notice a new wave spawns the moment the old wave goes away. I'm only pointing this out because it's one of the things that sucks about gravity kills. I mean, you can like anglerfish if you want. That's cool. Now, if you like spiders, instant termination. No mercy. I mean, pets can do a ton of damage in this game. In fact, my pets actually do more damage than most of my other weapons. I should know. I've run the parsers. So cute is dangerous because of anime.
Satellite upgrades are now available. When you scan a satellite, its new abilities will come online. Your service branch will determine which upgrades will activate when you scan a satellite.
What do they do?
Choose wisely.
So tactical adds photon torpedoes, torpedo spray, and fire at will. Science adds tachyon beam and tractor beam. And engineering adds field barrier. Or barrier field, excuse me. If you're doing this proper, like, you should have at least one of each in each thing, but tactical is fine. I am, of course, science, so I can't help with that. I'll grab, like, one here. One over here. You don't want too many science. And one over here. No, I don't think... nope, there's one dating sim game I've enjoyed. I actually streamed it and reviewed it, Gum Gum. Ah, the Colonel. Oh, just thinking about it sets my heart aflutter. But the answer to your question is no.
Picking up the enemy flagships. Hang on up there.
So, Dreadnought time. I'm gonna abandon beta entirely, because who cares? Alright, time to focus on the Dreadnoughts to the detriment of the mission. Wait. Oh, Jesus. Alright, we killed a Dreadnought. Oh god, there's another Dreadnought. Apparently, Evo, jeez Louise. Maybe I need to have a look at your draft of Chapter 3. And then they all realized that life was not worth living. And so they killed each other. And then themselves. The end. No, hang on. We could go more depressing than that. Hang on. How do we go more depressing than that? And then they realized... The Imperials made them realize how life was not worth living. No, hang on. We could get more depressing than that. Hang on. They realized that life was not worth... No. They were so scared of the Imperials that rather than go to these people who are desperately trying to help them, they suicide bombed the Imperials, killing the innocent Imperials and themselves, and leaving no one left alive. Wait, except for one person. That one person has to live with the knowledge that they failed everyone, and that everyone died for no reason.
75%.
Hang on, we could go worse. The suicide bombers fail to die, but the Imperials are killed. So they're now guilty of murder, in addition to the fact that they're now crippled for life. Hang on, we could go darker.
Shield generator alpha is at 75%.
Oh my god. Yeah, okay, I'm getting trapped in the Dreadnought trap here. Let me get back over here. No, Evo! Bad! Where's my newspaper? Anybody here ever see Miracle Day? An otherwise, honestly, kind of crap series, but I loved the premise. Okay. Yes, we could go darker. In Miracle Day, there was a... People stopped dying. But it was worse than that. People stopped dying under any circumstances. Now, they actually changed that later on and made it so that people could actually be killed. But early on, you couldn't be killed. So they found a suicide bomber who bombed himself and lived. And they showed this individual, or more accurately, what's left of him.
Shield generator gamma is at 50%.
Well, you're more than welcome, Adam. We like to chat and talk and just kind of chill. And review. This is always, part of the review process. It was extremely messed up. At one point, they sever someone's head, and he's still alive. It's just his head is detached. Now, later on in the story, they changed their mind and said that at a certain point, you would actually die. Like, at a certain point of bodily destruction. And that became a plot point because they started loading people into incinerators, cremating them. Anyways, that whole series kind of sucks. I don't recommend watching it, but it was a fascinating premise. It stuck with me ever since.
75%.
That's a good question, Warp Core.
Shield generator gamma is at 25%.
Jesus, what's going on with Gamma over there? Good lord. Oh wait, I think I see what's happening. It looks like Beta's drifting into Gamma. Well, the good news is we're almost done. We only got like 10 more seconds here.
Shield generator alpha is at 50%.
Oh my gosh. Let's not run into that. Oh no! There's pain.
Enemy fleets have disengaged.
Ugh, there was lots of pain. Okay, we did it. Woo! Unfortunately for all this, I think at the end of the day, that just qualifies as a wash. What are y'all thinking?
Looks like the assault is over, at least for now. We'll continue to bring the colony's defenses online down here. If they come back, we'll be ready. Both the Qantari and the Lukari governments are thankful for your work here today, and so am I.
Like,
the colony will continue on, thanks to you.
Jordy. I feel like this could have been a positive, or even an aggregate positive, with like the satellites being relevant and the upgrades, but they're not. This is just a straight up hold the line mission, and that's all there really is. So... Look, I didn't write it, Adam. So... Yeah, it's very bland. I don't think it's actually negative worthy. But it's just kind of there. Next... so actually, hang on. I'm going to get a group together. And we're not going to queue immediately, though. So anybody wants to be there for gravity kills, feel free to poke me. I think I'm just going to get the same group we just had, though, because I think that's all everyone who's on. Oh, we'll get Bragwin in. That's Warp Core. Death to Warp Core! Hang on, I'll go ahead and... So, Justin, go ahead and decline that. I'll get Warp Core in. And then we can get Bragwin in, too. Because I think I saw Bragwin on a moment ago. Yes, there you are. And, okay. So, we'll be right back to that TFO in just a moment. Because we're going to go down here. Gonkra. Appreciate you, Justin. So this is the Tzenkethi battle zone.
Welcome to Gonkra. The Tzenkethi operating in multiple locations within the system. Command has identified 3 enemy operations within these areas. We need to regain control of each area. Review the briefings I have made for you to gain a better grasp of the challenges at hand.
So we're not going to spend much time here. The main reason I'm here is to just kind of show it off. Correct, Darth Tyrant. Unlike Tor, no offense, STO is something you can play and never spend a dime on and still fully enjoy the game and have access to all the content. You're not going to be able to min-max and build like other people are who spend money on it. Kind of. Let me walk that back. You won't be able to build to the extent they can. I can't build to the extent that some people can. Because if you really want to get really into the build gameplay, you need to have spent a lot of money on this game, which I have not. But you can still do build gameplay. Anyways, so there's 3 types of activities here. There's the stand there and own the spot thing for a while. That's just hold the line. There's prevent the enemy from interacting with the thing for a while. And then there's drag the thing into the other thing before they drag the thing into the other thing. I'm being kind of facetious and just kind of rushing through this because there's actually not much to this place. And honestly, while there are legitimately worse battle zones than this one, but worse adventure zones, I hate this place with every fiber of my being. I have never seen anybody actually complete this one. I've never seen someone actually swap it all blue.
Tzenkethi ships to keep control of the area.
It's just... I don't know. I don't actually know why. I guess just not enough people do it. Actually, no. I'm sorry. I know exactly why nobody's ever... It's because they scale it improperly. And that might be worthy of a negative. So, adventure zones are supposed to scale to how many players are there. If you ever noticed when the ships warp in, a whole lot of ships warp in because people are here, that's why. It's because they're supposed to scale how many ships you're fighting relative to how many players are present. The problem is the scaling isn't perfectly smooth and or isn't designed for certain levels of players, such as 1 or 2. I can tell you with total certainty that 2 people are not capable of doing this without levels of tech or gear that I simply don't have access to.
Tzenkethi overwhelming our forces. We must hold the line!
And as a reminder, I have a pretty good ship. And of course you're fighting Tzenkethi, who are notoriously difficult to fight in general because they're some of the highest tier enemies we've fought. Dude, if you want to play STO, you can jump in right now. There are provisos. I absolutely recommend you listen to some advice on what you make and what you skip. But yeah, if you want to play STO, you can. Absolutely free. Quite frankly, if it wasn't for the fact that I love this game to death, I probably wouldn't have spent money on it. I do love this game to death, and so I wanted to support it. And that's kind of why I spent money on it. I didn't need any of the ships I bought. You see the ship I'm in right now? Oh, sorry, Warp Core. I was just about to queue for it, but whatever. Justin, do you want in? I didn't really need the Lexington here. This is a ship I bought. But I love this game, and I want it to keep being functional. I want it to keep being supported. I want it to keep producing content. Right? I know that's such a dumb mentality, but it's true. It's why I've spent money on this game, and you know, I haven't spent money on most other free-to-play games. Before I had... I can actually show you. I spent money on that ship, too. You're right. Hang on. That was the Tier 6. Yep, the Jem'Hadar Vanguard Carrier. It doesn't actually have a class, but it's that thing right there. Guides for beginners. So, you know what? Here's my guide for beginners. It's just going to be a couple sentences. You ready for this? Don't stress it. Pay attention to what you got. Do the events as they show up. If you like a specific ship, stick with that ship. If you think a certain ability or set bonus is cool, work on getting that set bonus. Now, you're probably thinking, well, hang on. Where do I get set bonuses? That's too far from me. So check this out. There's a lot of set bonuses in this game. Like, a lot. But there's a lot of missions that specifically give you set bonuses. So, for example, I know that over here in Midnight, there's a set bonus you get. And you only get one per run of the mission, but you can just run the mission 2 or 3 times to get the different pieces. Now you have that set bonus. But I'm still getting a little bit too advanced. So let's take another step back from that. Yeah, there's also the Nexus mission we just did. That gives you a 2-piece. I actually have that on. It's this thing right here. And so where's the info? There's more details. So you scroll down, you see the set bonus. It's like, hey, more, you know, cycling haste, which is really, really nice. Better flight speed. And the 3-piece bonus is all damage resistance rating and increased maximum hit points for hold. That's pretty good. Kind of boring, but good. But at the end of the day, the biggest piece of advice I could give anyone who's wanting to get into STO is figure out what ship you want. Not what ship. Don't min-max. You know, don't look up the meta. Just look at the ships, either just of your own knowledge of Star Trek, or you know, just browse the shop or whatever, and decide I want to fly that ship, and then work from there. Work backwards from there, because that's how you really decide on this one. Justin, are you at Nukara right now? Yeah, exactly. What's a cool ship that you want to fly in Star Trek? Make that your goal. Focus on that, and then build back from there. That's my advice right there. Also, I want to show something off. As much as I don't like the Tzenkethi zone, and I'm going to give it a negative. Check it out. I love flying just above the rings here. So I can see my shadow down there. You see it? It's one of the only times you can actually see the shadow of your ship in this game. And the rings in general are actually very pretty. This is a great battlefield visually. The skyboxes are legit. Get a little bit closer to this thing. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Tell me that's not cool. Anyways. So, that's my big advice. Missions can give set bonuses. Reps can give really great gear. Read the thing, figure out what you want, work your way backwards from there. Remember, most builds are going to be feasible. You want a rainbow build? You can make that work. You want to fly around doing tons of Polaron damage because you think the pink beams are cool looking? You can do that. You want to do plasma damage because you like the idea of bathing the enemy in dots? You can do that. You want to have tons and tons of forward-firing cannons because you just want to be like the Defiant? You can do that. You want to sit back and fire torpedo after the enemy and just bathe them in torpedoes? You can do that. You want to be a cloaking build where you just primarily stay in stealth and then only pop out to attack the enemy? You can do that. You want to be a raider who focuses on staying right behind the enemy and attacks their flank, but is very vulnerable, but can do tons of damage? You can do that. You want to be a giant tank that has a boatload of health? You can do that. You want to be a giant tank that heals by doing damage to the enemy? You can do that. Everything I just mentioned is a real build that I myself am personally aware of, and I'm only like medium in this game.
Ships to keep control of the area.
So find your ship and then go with whatever you want to. Go with something that's fun. Can you be a Borg Q? No. It's one of the reasons this game has received, I think, something like 14 separate pluses to its build gameplay. It's because this is effectively the best build gameplay I've ever seen in an MMO. Every other MMO is dwarfed by what this game lets you do. And they're viable. Hi, Cord. That's funny, Cord. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm wasting time here. So, Tzenkethi Warzone. It's badly scaled. The missions themselves are kind of boring. The rewards are crap. It looks pretty. That's about all I got for it. So, I'm going to go ahead and give it a -2 gameplay. Yeah, I only ever come here for endeavors, and I recommend you do the same. Some of the adventure zones are cool, like the Voth one is cool, the Undine one is cool. There's a couple other ones. There's actually one we haven't gone to yet. But this one sucks. Pass. And just to show it off very briefly, I'm not actually going to fly this ship for the mission we're about to do. But someone asked if you could be a Borg ship. Well, no. You can be this thing. So I bet you can see my shadow now. Jesus Christ. Don't mind me and my flying space station here.
Fight off the incoming Tzenkethi ships to keep control of the area.
What's funny is I kind of hate this ship. This and the Lexington, I actually fly because I am min-maxing a bit, because that's what I wanted to do. This is my tank ship. It is colossally huge. It is stupidly huge. I make fun of it constantly because of how big this ship is. Like, it's hard to... if you don't see it alongside other ships, you don't really get a feel for how large this thing is. One more minute. So it's just this beast. However, it does have a couple of things going for it. First of all, it is a command ship, which is nice. Second of all, it's got some really nice layout. 5 front and 3 aft is its loadout, along with 5 tactical consoles, which is insane. It's also got good drift, I think, or... No, that's not drift. It's momentum, I think. No, that's still wrong. Whatever. It's got the thing that makes it more maneuverable than the other Juggernauts. It's also got really nice loadout in general. Good device slots. Great abilities. It's ugly as sin. It's ugly as sin. But this thing is a death machine. This thing is an absolute just monster. And I've turned this into my tank. I do decent damage on this thing, not as much as my Dreadnought. But the Juggernaut does a good amount of damage and can live through most things as long as I'm doing damage, because basically everything I do also heals me. Notice my bars are screwed up, because of course they are. It also, yeah, it has the plasma clunk, which just kind of kills something. Whoops, I'm in combat. Let's fix that. This is, well, it's Lore's ship. But yes. Let's switch back to the Dreadnought here. Warp into the planet. Bonk! Alright, are my bars correct? Nope, not even close. Alright, so hang on. That's about half my bars. Yeah, I would not recommend doing it because of the bug I'm literally having happen right now. Hang on. You notice how some of the slots in my bars aren't there? I think you need to be a certain level to do Nakara. Am I up? Oh, speaking of which. Go ahead here. I need to check my traits, dude. Don't let me forget to check my traits. I love this game to death, but it is a buggy mess. My trait's good. Yes, good. Okay, and that actually shouldn't be that. That should be... actually not sure what that one should be here. doing that. And I'm not doing that. Okay, I guess that's fine. Whatever. My traits are good, at least. Or my station's good. Yes. Okay, good. So, what am I missing? I'm missing something. Oh, right. Power to engines. Which is that one. There we go. Come on. And I'm lagging out. There we go. Ignore the lag. We're cool. We're cool. Everything's cool. Double check my bars. Looks like they're good. That's good. That's good. Buffs are good. Okay, we're fixed. How do you join a fleet? I don't know. I know that's not helpful. I sort of joined this fleet 8 years ago. And I've been in this fleet ever since. And before you ask, no, I do not have the authority to invite anybody. I think I'm the bottom rank of the fleet. All right, let's get Justin in here so we can do gravity kills. There was Justin. Justin. There's Justin. Yeah, if you chill in ESD, someone will invite you. Alright. Uh-oh. That's... what? Huh? Okay, I'm gonna disband the team here, because something's going on here. So ignore this for a second. Ignore this for a second. Okay, I'm gonna re-invite. It was being weird, Greg, when it wasn't letting me queue.
Find dwarven crafts. Now with more beetle snuff.
It was an accepted invite. Nobody. Oh, there we go. Is that? Okay. There we go. Okay. Ahem. Gravity kills. So, in total contrast to the previous stuff, this one's probably going to be a gameplay positive, and most likely also a gameplay negative. We'll see how this one lines out.
Welcome to Drozana. I don't remember the rest of the dialogue, except for remember, if you break it, I'll charge you for it.
Tzenkethi have protomatter production facilities near a black hole. We are going to destroy them. After we eliminate the defense force, we will collect Hawking particles emitted by the black hole and bring them to the USS Jupiter. It will use the particles to power and fire disruption weapons able to render a facility vulnerable to attack.
Okay, so let's talk this out. You see that black hole on the map? If we go over that line, we're dead instantly. Now, there's a last-minute thing you can do where you can warp away as an emergency warp. It doesn't always work, and sometimes you'll just get killed anyways, especially if you're going the wrong direction, or if you go over the kill plane before you successfully warp out. Now, there are 3 Tzenkethi bases. Each one is closer to the black hole. There's also the Jupiter. So here's how this works out. They've got a big old bunch of ships, and we need to keep the Jupiter alive and protected. Ow. While simultaneously going and getting right by the black hole, and then pulling the particles out of it and dragging it back to the Jupiter. This is an objective-based mission. It's actually pretty cool, but as you might imagine, this thing doesn't work out too well in most bugs. Now, first of all, let me just go ahead and mention there's a bug, because of course there is. You see that shield around that station, well, that's what we're trying to take out, right? That shield, it's possible to get stuck inside of. If you get stuck inside of it, well, it sucks to be you. There's no real self-destruct option, so you just kind of get to live with that. The second problem, and it might not even be in this difficulty, nope, there they come, is the ships that spawn to attack the Jupiter spawn the moment the previous ships that spawn to attack the Jupiter have been destroyed. I don't know why that got rid of that, Reggie. It was a perfectly valid button. It's basically a kill myself in case I get stuck button, which, hey! I know, I guess there's unstuck. I'm not actually sure if that would work in that circumstance. I didn't try it. This is why I mentioned it's possible to just get overwhelmed in this, because if I just sit here and defend the Jupiter for a while, you'll notice they are spawning as fast as I'm killing them. I am turbo murdering these ships. Literally taking seconds to kill them. And they're spawning that quickly because their spawn rate is how fast you kill them. This is the thing I was debating as a true negative right there. Because that's honestly bad design, especially since this is the escort part of the mission. Keeping the ship that you're delivering the fragments to alive. Now let's show off that black hole a little bit, shall we? So you can kind of start to see, getting a little bit close. Now, here's something cool. I'm going to go ahead and go dead stick on the engines. As you can see, it is dragging me in. There is actually a pull. The pull is more severe the closer you are. So there's the event horizon thing. Here's the emergency get me out of here button. Let's see if we actually succeeded at that. We might... Nope, yep, looks like we managed it. But if I was to cross over the event horizon, turbo death. Like instantaneous. Nothing you can do about it. You're just dead. That's kind of the mission in a nutshell. It's got some good moving parts. I like the objectives, and I like the way that it kind of flows into itself. You fight in order to defend, in order to grab, in order to reveal, in order to kill, and then move on. Chugong, chugong, chugong. The downside of this mission is entirely the issues with the respawn and the bug that I just mentioned. So what are we thinking as review terms? Because I'm thinking a positive is probably warranted, but I'm debating if it deserves a full negative. It's over forever. Now, hang on. I gotta go say thank you to a few people. Thank you, Catabo. Always appreciate those subs. Much appreciate. Thank you. I will put that towards God of War 5. If you give me a moment, I'm taking a beating here, so I get away from the battle for a second. It's okay. We have temporal shielding, Evo. No, we actually do. After all the temporal crap we did, we literally do have temporal shielding. I'm not sure if it worked that way, but, you know, whatever. And thank you, a pack of 12 ninjas. I'll never see a couple of you at a time, but I know you're there somewhere. If you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Let's go around. I also personally think it takes too many Hawking particles per round. So it's a cool concept, but it gets a little padding-y towards the end. Dealer's choice. You got it. Thank you again. He's making him invincible. Not invincible enough. Those are particles. There's a particle. Oh, no, someone already got that one. Let's get this one. Yeah, by the way, if you don't have good engines, which I know is kind of a weird problem to have, but if you don't have good engines, you can straight up just get stuck in that black hole's pull and not be able to get out of it. Did I mention that...
Collected enough Hawking particles to power the disruption weapons.
Did I mention that one of... Oh my god!
Destroy his gravitic anchors!
Did I mention that one of the things that can happen is they can shove you with a tractor beam into the black hole? I also vaguely like the fact that we don't actually destroy the space stations. We just prevent them from orbiting the black hole. So they fall into the black hole.
Station has fallen into the black hole. Move on to the next one.
Which, think about the fate we're condemning these people to. I mean, they deserve it. These are the people designing and building the Protomatter weapons to be unleashed upon planets. So, screw them. But still, this is pretty dark if you think about it. And yeah, you'll notice I'm not hitting that button, evasive maneuvers, as often as I usually am. That's because I'm saving it in case I get stuck in the whatever. The pole. Know what you must do, Kay. Okay. Round 2 of 3. We gotta do this 3 times because Mario Brothers. I'm joking. The rule of 3 is a good rule for a good reason. It's the reason so many video games follow it. Yeah, see, things like black holes are one of the reasons I had to rewrite time for the extent. And by time, I mean gravity, sorry. Because of its effect on time. So I'm going to try to get the ones that are really close to the black hole first. No. I couldn't get those. It's okay, I'll warp into the black hole. I'll be safe. See, I've actually been debating that, Evo. I have a feeling they wouldn't, because I'm not sure the possibility of a black hole would exist with gravity working how it does. So I suppose the answer off the top of my head is no. Probably no singularities, no. Yeah, if you don't mind, Justin, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to try and get more of these things. I've got a lot of engine stuff. We're losing some of these particles to the frickin' disk. There we go. Ugh. Oh, it super does. If you think about it, black holes in a setting that has space travel should be a regular aspect of strategic thought. Don't mind me, I'm just getting the piss beat out of me. Jesus, who is beating the snot out of me over there? Yikes. Balance those things. You know, I would give so much for a button to never allow white loot to drop ever again. Just to never, ever let it drop again. Good morning, Trathon. Like, for me, obviously, you can have it all you want. I never want to see white loot again. It happened to me just a couple weeks ago, I want to say, at this point. I got stuck inside one of those shields. Pass. Ooh, that's... a purple tricobalt. Is not too shabby for whoever gets that, grats. I'm gonna turn around. See, the problem is, I don't ignore... I mean, I ignore loot too, but I also hit F. Because F is the interact button. F is also the loot button. So I tend to accidentally loot while I'm trying to complete objectives. Like, often. It's pretty much where all my loot comes from. That and when I'm trying to get salvaged, but that's whatever. I know there's other ways to get salvaged, but I mean, shrug. This is actually kind of bad. Ignore the black hole. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Oh my god, this battleship needs to go away. I need to actually get in front of it. Bunch of buttons. Not that far back. There we go. Okay. It's almost reverse coursed into a black hole. That would have been funny. The fastest way to make a bunch of energy credits in this game is to play the market. Now that involves some initial investment, so you get your initial investment by buying keys and selling them on the market. That's pretty much the method there. If you don't want to do that, and you have a lot of spare time, every day you can do something called Tour of the Galaxy. There are many ways to optimize Tour of the Galaxy and be efficient about it. It gets you, I want to say, about 100,000 credits a day. Which may sound like a lot, and it's not. But if you do it consistently, it's a really easy thing. It takes about 15 minutes. And it is a very reliable source of money. It's the money fountain of the game. 1 million, excuse me. It's apparently up to 1 million nowadays. Now, the other thing about 30 minutes. Okay, they've... no, I'm going to say 15 minutes. Although, granted, I have a specific build and ship just designed around doing that. Because there's actual stuff in the game that gives you, like, more turn radius when you're at... transwarp, when you've got the slipstream going. And you also have an Odyssey ship, so you just kind of stay in slipstream the entire time. So you just kind of... the whole thing. Yeah, there's a couple of builds and a couple of ship setups that are basically designed to do Tour of the Galaxy. And like I said, it's one of the biggest money fountains of the game. There's actually one other one, and that's Endeavors. Now, you should probably do Endeavors in general, but... Endeavors can also be, especially the Universal, can be a good source of cash. In fact, I'll tell you how much, because we just did a Universal. No, we're about to do a Universal, excuse me. So once we finish this and this mission, I'll tell you how much money you get from a Universal Endeavor. Oh my god, there are too many ships here. I'm still killing these stupid things. Yeah, there's also YouTube pages and guides. We've reverse engineered the hell out of this game at this point. I could actually show you my path through Tour, but it'd take me a minute. I'd have to actually, obviously go and do it. Damn it, I'm dead. God dang. By the way, funny thing, you dying doesn't prevent you from going into the black hole. Like, you notice we're still getting sucked in even though we're dead. So, if you ever wanted to see what's in the middle of a black hole... you're about to find out. Absolutely nothing. All right, we're good. Oh my god, we're still on the second one. I'm trying to clean up stuff around the Hawkings here, but good lord. Yeah, inside the black hole is beautiful Ryza. Wouldn't that make sense? Wouldn't it? Battleship. Here, okay. There's some particles. Yeah, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm thinking I might just give a negative to gameplay. I like the concept here. I like them trying out and stretching out and doing something new. But this TFO is a little bit too sloggy, in addition to its bugginess and the spawn issues it has. Time goes by. I mean, it makes sense. It's because I set my clock an hour back. That's what actually caused it.
We've collected enough Hawking particles to power the disruption weapons.
Thank goodness for that. We'll kill the second base, and then have to do this another time. I've never seen that bug, Chthon. That'd be a new one. I've never gotten it that high, Stargate Wars, but then again, I've never also tried. I think I cap out at like 60-something when I have that particular build going. You know, my Tour of the Galaxy build is... Actually, I think it's like 58 or something like that, but whatever. It's pretty good. It's just... It's not as good as you can get it. You can go way higher. Out, out, out. Oh my god, this is me going full tilt. You see how I'm just barely getting out of there? Yeah, let's not. And yeah, the third one, you thought it was bad before. The third one, all the particles and the ships and everything are closer to the black hole. So this is, much more punishing than the previous two. So what you're saying is if I became a black hole... Raising the edge here, don't mind me. Fortunately, I've got most things on cooldown. Not all, just most. Oh yeah, fighters don't like this mission at all, by the way. Fightercraft. So if you're carrier heavy, well, that can suck. Oh yeah, a rare example of this old ship. Do you remember this old terrible ship? The Jupiter here? Ugly thing. It's one of the earlier ships they added to STO, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, we're up there on the bridge, giving orders, doing tactical, and there's this one person down there in the science department who's just freaking out, like, oh my god, what are we doing? We're going... like, within a few kilometers of the event horizon of a black hole. Regularly. Why? Well... You see, there's these guys named Tzenkethi who are wiping out entire planets. Literally. So we kind of have to go deal with that. Can we go study comets? No. But no. It's okay, every time my ship explodes, I just rewind the clock another hour. Jesus, Justin. For a bit of perspective, Justin's hull is 203,000. Mine is 95. Now, granted, I'm not super tanky in this thing, but still, I'm not exactly a small, dinky ship. Got this one right here without falling in. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. Did I make it? Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't think I made it. Nope, I didn't make it. I didn't make it. Nope, I died. Oh my god. So, if you're wondering why I decided to switch back to this ship and not fly the Juggernaut here, think about how colossally huge the Juggernaut is. And then think about doing this quest, or this mission, excuse me. TFOS, instance! Doing this instance like that. Oh god, we're not even halfway. I'm building up to a second negative for this, honestly. Just for sheer slog. We've been in here for a long time. Over 20 minutes at this point, just for this one mission. The jellyfish? No, because remember, you're getting dragged constantly. And so while you're in jellyfish form, you can't resist the pull of the black hole. So you'll just get dragged in. Like, you'd probably get spaghettied before you have a chance to switch out of jellyfish form. Let's try and get a particle. Get out. Get out, get out, get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yep, nope, I apparently crossed the line. Well, we just lost that particle, because you lose particles if you have to warp out. Yeah, I should have probably switched back to my little bird. Damn it, Evo! You're right! Okay. All the positives. Mission is so sloggy, it's very realistic. Wow, Darth Tyrant, that's impressive. Okay. So, it depends on if you want to experience all the content or not. If you do, I recommend you start with the worst first, which is Klingons. And then pretty much immediately abandon them as soon as you finish the first story arc. If you want to just get into it, I'd go ahead and make either a Federation character, TOS character, or Discovery character. They're all kind of the same. No, come on. Ah, come on. There. Although I lost my particle. God damn it. You can also just make a Federation character. I do recommend you kind of do the event that's live right now. I don't remember when you get access to it, but you should get access to it soon-ish. Especially this one, the Red Alert one. This is going to be very lucrative for you. Events in general are lucrative in this game, like, hugely. It's one of the ways the game survives, is it tries to keep players playing by throwing stuff at them to keep them playing. Yes, if you make a TOS character, you're a temporal agent. I don't remember the Discovery one all that much. We'll be covering that, hopefully, tomorrow. Give me my particle. Get me out of death range. Oh, Jesus. Hey, Dr. Winter. You know what my least favorite part about this whole mission is, other than the slog? When you get to the third one, the one we're on, the black hole's accretion disk hasn't moved. Or, accretion disk, sorry. Event horizon hasn't moved. I don't know why I keep thinking of that as that. But it looks further away than it is. Like, something about the way they position it makes it harder to avoid in this final phase. Just because it doesn't look like it's as close as it is. It's right there. Like, if I just went back for a click, I'd be in it. That's nice.
We've collected enough Hawking particles to power the disruption weapons.
Oh, thank God.
Shields down to the Tzenkethi Facility Gamma. Take out the gravitic anchors.
Let's get on with this nonsense. Enjoy dying slowly over the next billion years, you assholes. I actually went looking for local teas.
A Tzenkethi Dreadnought battle group is inbound. They should arrive in less than 30 seconds. Assemble into Jupiter and prepare to repel them.
You got it. In order to try and see if I could find any new ones, Evo. But unfortunately, I don't think any of them are local. Like, they didn't have any local tea at all. I was really upset by that. Where's the Jupiter? Oh, there's the Jupiter.
A Tzenkethi dreadnought group is arriving. Engage them!
You got it. Now, this one I'm just going to shoot in the front, because screw them. Alt to 4, put that up, and then start hitting buttons. Hit the wrong button at the wrong place. That's okay. Get that up my bar. Okay, if you're lucky, you won't be spaghettified for the rest of time. I guess. God damn it. Damn it, targeted in this. There we go.
We have destroyed the production facilities, but there is still much work to be done. Tzenkethi are relentless. Their crusade will continue unless we put an end to it, quickly and decisively. Until that day, fight well. Kaplan.
Okay, that TFO sucked. I think after some thought, I'm not going to give it 2 negatives. But I do think it absolutely deserves a negative. That's just, wow. Good idea with bad implementation. I sure hope not, Dr. Winter, but we'll find out when we get there. And thank you, everyone, for joining me, by the way. Yeah, it's overtuned. A lot of the problems I have with it could be defined by the words. It's overtuned. There's just too much. Okay. Now, we've dealt with that. Let's try and get another quest in here before we lose too much more time. There we go. So, did we do melting pot? We were supposed to do melting pot. Yes, we have. Okay. Just making sure I'm where we are. Get rid of this stuff. Right. This one. No, you're right. We got one more TFO. God damn it. I actually forgot about this one. Anybody want to join me for the last TFO? I told you it was a bajillion TFOs, which is funny because the next series of chapters will have 1. Whoops, that's the wrong invite. Right. All right, Reggie. Justin, I need you two to fight to the death. Real quick. Oh, hang on. Who's this person? Oh, it's Reggie. Okay, never mind. I'll just invite Reggie. Screw it. Whatever. Let's go, let's go, let's go. This one... I don't think I've ever succeeded at this one in a full pug. If Pax and I are doing it, we usually succeed. Because the two of us can usually make this work. But this one, this is one of the very few TFOs with a true fail state, which I'm fine with as a concept. But it's also a very binary fail state. Any failure means you lose. I was wondering what happened, Bragwin. Hi. Yeah, this one can cause some issues.
The time for battle is almost here. The Tzenkethi are launching Protomatter bombs at our defenses in the Edda-Zapinta system. It is up to us to stop them. Find the Tzenkethi ships carrying the bombs and neutralize them. Take recovered bombs to the Tzenkethi bases and then use our own weapons to destroy them. Fight well for honor and glory.
Never mind, this isn't the one I thought it was. This is a different one. This one's fine. Although, ironically, everything I just said is pretty accurate for this one, too. So, generally speaking, what tends to happen in this one is Pax and I cover each other, and everyone else does absolutely nothing, and we effectively two-man the entire instance. That's not exaggeration. Nobody else does the freaking bombs in this mission.
Your teammate has captured a bomb. Protect them.
Protect them. We always make fun of it, too.
Your teammate has captured a bomb. Protect them.
So, here's how this works. You grab a bomb, it does damage to you, and it causes you to not be able to hit certain abilities. You have to then plant the bomb on the enemy base. Now, if you were hit by any damage, that damage interrupts you planting the bomb, which is important. However, there's plenty of ways around that. First of all, if you're fast and agile enough, you could get in and drop it before the enemy has even aggroed you. Second, you could have someone running interference. That's what I'm trying to do, so we must pop that. Third, those stations actually have collision and line of sight. So you can actually hide, if you're a small enough ship, under the station, and then go ahead and just drop the bomb while the other ships are maneuvering to try and be able to reach you. So as you can see, the mere fact that this has options suddenly makes this better than the previous mission we were just doing. That would be the Tarantula, a Tholian ship.
One Tzenkethi base has been destroyed. Keep fighting!
Also, I should probably mention that it doesn't quite look like it, but the station's detonation can do a ridiculous amount of damage in a larger area than it looks like. So be warned. Also, there's a soft timer here, like a soft enrage, because if any of these ships get to our station with one of those bombs, then they kill our station, just like we're killing theirs. See you around, Evo. Have some good writing, I guess?
Got a bomb. Now destroy one of their bases with it.
Okay. Just meander over here, don't mind me. Let's see, do I have liquid? I do have liquid. Well, since all these ships are killed by the other players, I'm just gonna walk up and drop a bomb here. There you go. Have fun with this.
Another Tzenkethi base has been destroyed. There are 3 left. Well fought. Only 2 Tzenkethi bases remain.
Oh yeah, they also don't have the instant respawn problem.
Teammate has captured a bomb. Protect them.
It's another way in which it's better.
teammate has captured a bomb. Protect them. Your teammate has captured a bomb. Protect them.
I think there's no tape inside. Ironically, this is kind of audio spammy, but nowhere near as audio spammy as so many of the other missions, which is just sort of sad when you think about it. Hey look, someone's launching a Genesis device. That's the Genesis device attack. I really wish I had that, but I don't. Who's projecting the shield? I can't even see in that nonsense. Someone in there is projecting a shield. Cruisers, there we go.
Only one Tzenkethi base left. Ah, they're sending a dreadnought to stop us.
Where?
There's a dreadnought on an attack vector. Destroy it!
You've got a bomb. Now destroy one of their bases with it.
Oh, there's the damn thing. Jeez, way over there. Fish in that sea? I would say something serpentine. Lots and lots of teeth. I mean, the Genesis device is a ludicrously powerful weapon. It's effectively what the enemy has been, the Tzenkethi has been using against us this whole time. Granted, it's only really good at wiping out lots and lots and lots of, you know, innocent people, but, I mean, you know, weapons, right? Gotta start somewhere. Just gonna hide under here, don't mind me.
All Tzenkethi bases destroyed! They have a dreadnought with some fight left in it, however.
Why do you say that? Oh, gotcha, okay. That's valid. I really don't know how good it is. I just think it looks cool.
Kepla! We have defeated the Tzenkethi, protected the planet, and defended the front.
We did it! Okay, we're done. Let's go. We don't need to see the new planet being born. Okay, what am I looking in team chat? Hey, let me scroll way. Oh, that, yeah. Let's see here. Up to 10 foes within 5 clicks take damage every second, radiation damage, which is typeless, or magic damage. Negative to all subsystem energy. Gain 1 seed every second per foe. After either 30 seconds or 120 seeds, does a 18,000 kinetic nuke with half shield pen, scales with seed energy. up to 159 repel, scales with seed energy, and disables for 1.5 seconds. Also gains plus experience and expertise to the team. That's funny. Unlike the previous mission, I actually do like that. Okay, thank you again for joining me. What time is it? Let's see now. Well, we still should have time to do this.
Starfleet intelligence believes a Tzenkethi attack on an Alliance world could happen very soon. And with their new Protomatter torpedoes, billions of lives could be lost in moments once such an attack begins. We've spotted several Tzenkethi fleet groups on the move in the Alpha Quadrant. I'm assigning you to patrol an area.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Hang on. I think actually, why don't we do an early lunch thing? And then we'll do an early second shift. Rather than trying to rush this mission, especially since this mission leads immediately to the next one. So, yeah. We're going to call it. I'll be back in about an hour.